Good Sunday evening, everybody. What's happening? Look who I have with me on this special fine Sunday. Last episode of the year. No, that is not. That is not Steve Musolino with a sex change. I promise you that is not him. He still looks the same way you saw him 3 weeks ago. All right, they don't work that fast. But I have my lovely wife Vivienne here, and wanted to say hello to you all. And actually, hi, honey. By the way,
Hi.
hi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Yes.
Can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay, cool.
Vivienne wanted to just say a couple of words to you fellas, and yeah, very nice of her. And I figured. This thing is dying, by the way. We've had it here in front of me for a few minutes, but I wanted to show Marcus. Where's yours?
Mine is here.
There we go.
This is for you, honestly. Like
Yeah.
I'm the tea, coffee, water person. So I never drink soft drink, but I say we have to do it in front just to show him. Thank you. You give us 2 ice cream. Our one finished the other one last week already. So this is for you. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Marcus.
Oh.
Okay. And you wanted to say something else as well?
Yes, I also want to thank Brian for the flowers, beautiful flowers.
Ooh.
And I thought it was coming from Ruben, but actually come from you. Very nice, beautiful. Thank you so much. It's very sweet. Oh, you got a picture. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I want to just wish everybody a happy holidays, whoever actually celebrate holidays. And yeah, I just want to jump in, and at the end of a year, like usual, just to want to say thank you, and I wish everybody a wonderful 2026.
Thanks,
That's
honey.
it. I'm out.
Our amazing daughter is now almost 17, so she's too cool for this. So she won't be coming on to say hello to everybody. But she wishes you all a good holiday season and Happy New Year as well.
Okay.
All right. Thanks,
Steve,
honey.
your turn. Welcome, Steve, and see you guys next year.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, honey. Bye. All right, everybody. And now I'm going to bring in the man of the hour, of course. And then I'll jump in to say hello to you guys. Welcome back after just a couple of weeks to Steve Musolino. What's up? Hey.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, man?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Yeah.
What? Was that a root beer float?
It is a root beer float. It is. It still is a root beer float. It doesn't look as great because while we were sitting here for the last 8-10 minutes, it kind of just kept, the foamy part kept sinking back down into the cup, and it looked kind of crappy, but it's pretty tasty, I must say.
Will there be an Instagram photo of the original, like in its glory? No.
We didn't take a picture of it in time. So when I made it, like, was it last year? I think it was last year. Then I did take a photo of that one and I did show it. So I have proof that I made a pretty cool looking root beer float, but yeah, not this year. This year I'll just enjoy eating it,
Not bad.
I understand. You said that you would also be partaking of beverages tonight. Is that
Yeah, I didn't pour myself any. I made myself tea.
Oh,
yeah.
Really? Man, you had me all excited. You're like, not too many people like to drink when they're on. My friend Rob Gomez, he likes to always have a drink when he's on, but he's only been on a couple times. And everybody else doesn't tend to have anything other than, a little bit of water on the side, just because, we get dry throats.
Yeah, sure. I got my water too. But I was inspired by Wolvie fan, who had a scotch and a cigar.
And that's who I'm talking about. You see, that's what I'm saying. So I figured he's got that, the cigars, whatever. I thought, oh, you mentioned you would. So I was like, oh, okay, that'd be cool. Like, nice and chill and laid back,
Yeah.
But in the end, you did tea.
I did tea, yeah. I mean, I wish I could, like, kind of steal away a second and go grab one, but it's all right. Next time.
All right, cool. Let's jump into the chat here. Let me see who's here and say hello to everybody. Ian Saint, you came in early and you left. Just wanted to wish us all a great evening. So I appreciate that, Ian. Thank you so much. Have a great time with your family. Appreciate it. Mike Asbill, what's up? Evening to you. Hope all is well. Hope all are well and warm, if in a cold area. Well, I think as long as we're indoors, we're pretty warm. You had 20 today, and you're going to have a 42 degree temperature swing down to 28. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Mike, where we are, it is currently 13 or 14 degrees, something like that. And being in Jersey, Mike, I'm thinking you're I don't know, what, 20-ish now? You got to be at least something close to me, but like still cold. Steve?
Oh, I thought you were saying that Mike is in Jersey. Wow, we're off to a good start. Yeah, it's about 30.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know what that translates because I'm an ignorant American. So 30 is what?
Oh no, I'm talking Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. No, we're
talking Fahrenheit. So I'm at 13 to 14 Fahrenheit right now. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you got us beat.
Okay.
It's coming down ice rain right now. So.
Oh, see, that's what we're supposed to get later, like at 2 in the morning for the next, like for 4 or 5 straight hours. We're supposed to get freezing rain or whatever.
And I've already shoveled, so my workout for the week is done.
Very dangerous. So anybody out there who is going to be dealing with freezing rain and stuff, remember what happened to Kavi a couple years ago, and to my friend Bob Kottman. Both with almost identical injuries, very, very severe leg breaks, and Kavi with nerve damage, whatever. So, yeah. So be careful, whatever you guys do.
With your legs, not with your back.
Yes. What's up, TJ? Good to see you. Rickster, you as well. Good evening. Tom, as always. What up? What up? Marcus, Ruben the sweater. I decided to just, not wear my my hoodie thing or whatever. Figured might as well have a little bit of a change, you know. Good to see you. And there is Brian, the man with the flowers. Thank you so much again, Brian. Good evening to you. And what else? Who else? Only Friday dude. Who are you talking to? Only Friday dude. Okay. Sweater and camo shorts really works well together. Are you talking about me on the thumbnail for tonight? I think I was wearing my camo long pants, not shorts. Baker fan, Sean Clancy's in the house. I'm here so you can start the show now. Oh yeah, you're so important. By the way, Sean, as usual, you're like one of the last ones who still hasn't sent me anything for next Sunday's show. So if you want to present, you need to send me your one pick ASAP. Okay? Come on, man. Stop making me wait. I want to get that show ready, in advance. I want to get it all prepared and ready to go before New Year's, okay? So I can relax for a couple of days after New Year's. Send me that piece. Pick your piece. Doesn't have to be the favorite of 2025. It could just be a current favorite, not the favorite. Like whatever, anything that excites you at the moment that you really just kind of feel like talking about for a few minutes. That's it. Don't overthink it. MSN are my co-pilot next week. Going to be the co-host next week. This might win thumbnail of the year. What might? I know you did that right before we went live. Hey, what's up, Alberto? I hope everyone had a great Christmas. Likewise, everybody who celebrates, I hope you guys had a great time this past week. And okay, let me get through this. Peter, what's good, Peter? And did Albert Moy have a happy birthday? When was his birthday? I thought that was already. I thought that was like a month or two ago. I don't know. You guys are always claiming that it's Alberto's birthday, even when it's not. So we can't believe anything you guys say. Now we're happy birthdaying Stan Lee, a guy who's dead, been dead for years. Guys who are no longer with us, they don't celebrate birthdays, people. Right? You can say, it's okay. Like, I don't mind people when they say, oh, today would have been so-and-so's 116th birthday. But not when I hate when it's generic posts saying, oh, happy, 99th birthday, Stan Lee. And it's like, wait a second, is he still alive? Like, you make people think, like, people that aren't so in tune, you make them think that the person's still alive. Anyways, just a little gripe there. Peter, Pumpkin Eater. Does Steve Musolino own any fine art? Of course, everything in this collection is fine art, because as we've established, comic book art is now fine art. Apparently. John Brown, what's up? Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all enjoying the holiday season. Likewise, my friend, likewise. And Ruben, the birthday shout out. Who did I shout out? Whose birthday did I shout out? Hello, Peter. What up? Okay, Robert Berman. Here's another guy. Robert, did you or did you not get an email from me asking if you would like to participate next Sunday in the first episode of 2026, which is the annual favorite piece of the previous year, wherein I get a bunch of collectors to come in, and they each jump in and out of the studio just to present for one piece that they really enjoy and want to show and talk about. For some people, it's their favorite piece that they acquired in 2025. For others, it's just a random piece they decided they wanted to talk about. But you were part of the people that I emailed, and I haven't heard anything from you. I don't want to chase after people. I feel like, I just don't want to have to chase after people. So anyways, it's next week, and it's first come, first served. So you kind of show up, and if you want to do it, you first of all, you have to pick your piece. Email me the scan of your piece. I need to turn it into a slide with the color version beside it and the information about the art next to that. And then you show up next Sunday, and first come, first served. We get you guys in and out, and yeah. So anyways, that's it, Robert. Let me know. Email me if you want to participate. Right now I have I'm up to 17 confirmed people that will present, and frankly, I was looking for 20. But honestly, it's 17 is enough for a show. So if I don't get any more replies, there's several people, actually, not just you, Robert. There's, I think, 3 others that didn't reply to me, which I also won't chase after. So, but now, if you want to participate with everybody else, email me. Let me know. And hellos to Vivienne. Of course, I'm way behind here. Hellos. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Although we all wished you guys, we all wished each other Merry Christmas after last Sunday. Hello, Ruben's wife. She does have a name though, Sean. And it was, I believe, clearly written at the time there. Nice to see you. Oh, it's very nice. I don't know if you noticed, Vivienne, but everybody said hello to you while you were on. Let me see. Dwayne Zapane, what's good? And you changed your name. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome. Great to see you back again as yourself. Dwayne's a real pain. Yes, sir. Awesome. Oh, Comic Art Boston. Wow. Good to see you. Early tonight, too. Wow. Kekon San, greetings to you. What's up in Las Vegas? Yes. Frosty indeed. And in real mugs this time. Not coffee, like coffee cups. And thank you. Yes. So thankful. That was so very sweet of you. It was so funny too, Brian, because we get the delivery, and she comes up. She goes to get it. She comes upstairs, back inside with the flowers, and she thinks it's from me. I just go, oh, you got me flowers? I'm like, I did? I'm like, I don't think so. I'm like, read the card. Whose is it? And that's how we found out. It was you, Brian. So she's very thankful. She doesn't hate me for it not being me. She's just thankful that you were so kind enough to send those to us. So we appreciate it. Great that we could bring the two of you together. Yeah. Just drop by to register my like, and this is a wonderful bonus. Oh, great. I'm happy I could give you that bonus, Cab. Thank you. And thank you for the like. Appreciate that too. Those Otter Pops. Oh my God, Otter Pops. I almost forgot about that. Not flowers. Exactly. And hello to Vivienne. Vivienne, you can subscribe, but don't unsubscribe unless you plan on being with us every week. She is with us every week, though. She missed last week, though, but she's basically always here supporting until she falls asleep and then, has to go to work the next day. That's so funny. Hi, CJ. What's good? Good to see you. And hi from everybody else. Hey, Steve from Sean. Hey, Steve from Peter. Root beer floats Ruben's boat. Hey, Moose. Ruben, I'll have a drink for you next week. You will? I wonder what that'll be. Rob doesn't just have one drink. Well, and he's welcome to. I mean, as many as he wants. It's always good for a few laughs, so I think we get Rob a little bit drunk. He's even more funny than he usually is when he's sober. Let's see. There we go. There she is. The root beer float aficionado. I wouldn't say that. Scott Hinton, what's up? Hello. Good to see you. Mike, Tennessee has some wild swings. Temperature. You're in Tennessee. Wow. That is a crazy 42-degree swing. I would not have thought that Tennessee was a state that would see those types of swings. So that's pretty crazy. And Eric B, our mutual friend here, Steve, of course. Eric Belanger. Good to see you, Eric. I wonder how long you're going to be able to stick around. I wonder if you are going to be able to stick around tonight. I know how busy you always are with your work. But I guess we'll find out soon. And hello to Peter. Hey, Dan Goodwin Art. He's back. What's up? Hello to you. Hi, Steve says, Cab, so glad that you can do a full show for Ruben. My apologies, but I have to check out now. We'll catch the show on Rewind. So sorry to hear that, but thank you as always, Cab. I appreciate it. We appreciate you. And from Virginia, what's up? Good to see you, Kenneth. And hellos back and forth. Then Ruben already forgot about his Simonson. What? Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to you, Kenneth. That's here today or tonight. Sorry about that. Happy New Year's. No, Happy New Year to you for sure. Actually, the Simonson is Sean's favorite. Which Simonson are you guys talking about? Best wishes for Happy New Year, Ruben. On my way to a show. Enjoying the show. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you as well. Likewise to the family. And I prefer first appearance day. Alva's birthday is 20. Oh, is it really? Okay, so you're not lying. This time you're telling the truth. It is today. It was today. Okay. Gosh, Ruben's so mean. What are you talking about? I'm like the nicest person. He is not alive, indeed. If you're talking about Stan Lee, he's not, Hey, what's up, B&G? What's good? Another Steve. Coffee Montreal. Nice of you to be up front, Steve. What's all this talk about finding art misspelled? Fine. We all want to find art. Got the email, but wasn't sure I could do the show. Okay, yeah. Well, like I said, thank you, Robert. Let me know either way. No pressure, obviously. No pressure. To keep in mind, it's only one piece, so you only need a few minutes to come in, speak, and then leave again. And if time is of the essence and you think you can come in for, say, 10 minutes or so, but you have to leave after that, let me know. Email me, let me know. And what I'll do is I have a few people that are on time constraints. I'll just have you come in and I'll have you skip the queue. All right. So I'll get you in, next after whoever's currently showing. Okay. That's the best I can do. So if you want to give that a shot, yeah, let me know. Just email me. I'm in one of my moods. What's with you? I'm in the same great mood I always am in. Robert's favorite is Dampier. Apparently, that's your favorite, Marcus. You love to talk about his Dampier art. What's a Dampier? Hundreds and hundreds of times over. You know very well what that is. And our love becomes a funeral. Nice. Dampier is better than dry beer. Damn vampires. All of my Dampier art, but nobody wants to see that, so I can choose something more mainstream. Hey, as long as you love it, I mean, that stuff's pretty lovely looking, so I'd be okay if you showed it. I don't care. I'm going to see Steve back on the channel so soon, says Stanley. What's up, Stanley? Yes, indeed. We enjoy having Steve, so he's welcome anytime, for sure. And hello, Vivienne's husband. I love that one. That's the best one so far tonight, Corey. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rich Cirillo, whose name has now suddenly changed to Rich Cirillo-E4G. Hello, greetings to you. And who else? We got Corey. Corey, what's up, Corey, by the way? And yes, best Tamara. Say hello to Mara for us, Rich. Evening all, says Mikhail. What's up, Mikhail? Like 29. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. If you don't mind, here, let me move myself over. Right beneath here where I'm pointing somewhere, there's a thumbs up icon. If you could just click that, that would be cool. No need to hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. I'm good with that. But a little encouragement by hitting the like button. That's the thumbs up. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Ruben saying that makes me think of the good ship Lollipop. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah. So, hey, Mikhail. Hey, Tom. What's up, Mikhail? Cab always says that and sticks around for 30 minutes. Not always. Sometimes though. But we liked having him, so why not? Marcus Ruben forgot. Yeah, I forgot about Simonson because I don't know what you're talking about. Ian in Southern Cali. What's up, Ian? Good to see you. Happy birthday, Alberto. Oh, here we go again. Stan's alive in my heart. Oh, that's okay if he's alive in your heart. For sure. I always loved Stan. So no problem there, And not that she knows us or gives a crap, CJ, but if you'd like to, please give my sincerest, happiest birthdays to your wife, whose birthday is tomorrow. And who else do we have? Sean did a whole show about visiting Simonson's house to pick up a giant commission, and Ruben forgot. No, okay. Well, now you mentioned that. I know what you're talking about. But it's out of context how you just randomly mentioned Simonson. I don't know what you were talking about. But Sean, again, he seems to he buys a lot of stuff. So you're assuming that the Simonson would be the piece. And maybe you're right. I mean, that would be certainly a great pick. But he I'm sure has other stuff that he loves just as much. So good luck to those showing pieces at hour 5. No, next week I think it'll be pretty good next week. Shouldn't be too long. Does it give Vivienne flowers on special occasions? No. Yeah, I'm not a flower guy. And actually, she usually she likes them, but she doesn't want me to spend money on flowers because then they die quickly, and she doesn't, we're frugal that way. She doesn't typically want me to be wasting the money on the flowers. So, Maki Poo Poo, what's up? Good to see you, Michael. Hello, Happy New Year. Not yet. I'll wish that to you guys. Yes, at the end of the show, of course. Hi. Can we talk football now that there's no more hope for the Lions? Yes, you may indeed. Go ahead. But my Patriots are they're back, baby. They're back. So that's it. A few years after Tommy left, they're back. So I'm good. Send Ruben flowers, root beer floats if you want your show art. If you want to show your art early next week. Nice. Happy birthday, Woodrow Wilson. You guys are wild. Googling whose birthday, famous people's birthdays today. Simonson, the guy who drove across the country and you think his favorite is a Ron Wilson recreation. I don't. I'm just saying. You're giving short shrift to everything else that he buys. That's all I'm saying. If you just assume it's going to be the Simonson. Did an episode talking about the Simonson, so I'm looking right now for something else. You see? And I'll email it in a few minutes. Excellent. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. You see, Marcus? You see what I mean? Yeah, it's not always going to be the most obvious choice. That's what makes it more interesting. I am indeed, Stanley. I am happy so far with the new Michigan coach, but I'm going to reserve judgment until I see next year when they start seeing. I want to see the game plan. I want to see them throw the ball more. I want them to go more to a pass-happy offense and not the continued run, pass, run, pass. So until that changes, I'm not going to be fully happy. So, but thank you for asking. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm going to, wow, like my ice cream melted. But we're going to get into the show right away. And you guys know how this works. You know, we're going to have Steve, even though he kind of did it in reverse. He made his first appearance on the channel. First, obviously, in the chat. But then on a Hangout episode, which he was cool enough to pop in on. And gave away some little like tidbits of his, secret origin. But we had to be very careful, knowing that he'd be coming back soon enough to do a show and tell. And we had to make sure he didn't tell too much deets. So we saved it for tonight. And that's what we're going to get into right now. So Steve, if you are ready, I'm assuming you're pretty good to go.
Let's go. I left out the part where I fall into a cave and bats kind of did this thing, and I was inspired tonight.
And may I say, you're looking very sharp. Did you get a haircut just like this week?
I got them all cut earlier this week for the holidays. Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
My brother has a hair salon, so I get free haircuts.
Nice. Well, that's convenient. I like that.
Yeah, I do his taxes, and he does my hair.
You do his. Oh, that's not such a great trade-off. Actually, I'd rather be the guy just having to give their haircut than having to sit there and do taxes for a few hours. But brotherly love. I mean, it's all good. So. Right. But yeah, man. So yeah, why don't you go ahead? Typically, what I like is I like to hear to start off. And whenever you can give dates, not obviously exact dates, but years, for me at least, it's very appreciated. If I love to put myself in the place of the other collectors telling their stories, I like to know, wait, where was I when they were talking about these stories, and so if you could start off first with your earliest memories of being introduced to comic books, the comics themselves, and then you can quickly jump to, how and when you discovered art and how it led you to collecting it,
Sure. So I guess the first introduction to sequential storytelling, I won't say comic books. My parents are Italian, so we would take trips to visit family in Italy. Okay. And as a 5-6-year-old, let's say, they would buy me while we were there these Mickey Mouse and like Huey, Dewey, and Louie compilations in black and white in Italian.
Very popular in Europe. Very popular in Europe.
Yes. So I guess my first exposure was Topolino and Qui Qua Quo.
Okay.
It wasn't comic books in terms of like Batman and Spider-Man was more cartoons, right? Spider-Man is Amazing Friends, the Super Friends. I didn't realize that those were also comic books.
Okay.
Growing up, it wasn't until maybe 6th grade where my best friend showed up for show and tell with like his dad's, Buscema Conan issue that was like bagged and boarded and, talked about how it was worth X amount of dollars and he owned it way back when. And he let me open it at the end of the class and flip through it and I'm like, wow, comic books. I never put together that what I was reading at 5 and 6 years old was something that you could buy, that those superhero comics or superhero characters that I was watching on TV were also comic books. Never made that connection until, my friend in that Conan. And then I said, where'd he get it? Where do I get them? And I went to the Five and Dime and saw all of them, the X-Men and, the whole run. And then I just bought one of everything.
And what age would you have been at that time?
10 or 11.
Okay, your story is similar to mine in that I just I had been exposed to comics as a 5-year-old. I had a pile of comics in the house, but I wasn't bitten by the bug, But I just remember having that pile there, and then I remember that year for the summer going to Spain because that's where my family's from. So we spent the summer in Spain, and I took that. I guess my parents wanted me to have comics to entertain me or whatever.
Yeah.
And I remember taking it to Spain and forgetting them there. But I wasn't still really wasn't bit. But I got bit when I discovered my first store, a comic shop in 1982. And I was 12 at the time. So you being 11, very similar age, to when I really got into it. So, So you mentioned a 5 and Dime. So, because are you New Jersey born and bred?
Correct.
Okay. And so how long was it before you heard about, much less discovered, actual specialty comic book shops?
Probably 12, 13 years old.
Okay, so not too long after.
Yeah, not too long after, but at that point, I'd spent 2 or 3 years just riding my bike to the Five and Dime in the middle of town, and there were the Penthouse magazines, and right next to those were the comic books. So I would pick up every book imaginable. It didn't matter what the title was: Warlord, Nam, Avengers. They were all fair game.
That's cool.
At the same time, at the age of 12, 13, my parents weren't driving me to the local comic shop. So
Right.
I would rely on the kindness of, cousins to drive me so I could check out these shops that had all these books on the walls and bagged and boarded and something for more than just 65 cents.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's, I was lucky because my comic shop that I discovered was, a 15-minute walk from me or so, maybe a little, 12 to 15-minute walk. So thankfully didn't have to rely on rides to get there, because trust me, my parents would not have taken me anyways. You know what I mean? Yeah, they were not into that. So that's really cool that at least, even your Five and Dime was good enough to kind of keep you going for 2-3 years, before you discovered your first specialty shop,
Yeah, and I mean, the Five and Dime was fine even going forward after that fact, because at that age I wasn't really looking to fill back issues. I was just keeping up with whatever was current, and I didn't know the difference between Marvel fanfare and whatnot, where they were or X-Men Classic, where they were reprinting old issues. To me, it was all new. I wasn't trying to fill any kind of gap in my collection. I was just buying everything and reading everything.
Right. Because I guess at that point, when you haven't been exposed to a specialty shop yet, you're all you can really think of is, okay, every time I go to the store, like they have these new ones, and when they get the new ones, the old ones are taken away, they're gone or whatever, right? So all you're thinking of is like in the moment. And so if I don't get what I have available to me now, they just disappear and they go away. But you're not thinking, obviously it's not a specialty shop, so of course we wouldn't be thinking of the name back issue, the terminology back issues, right? So that's all we think of is, okay, if I miss it, it's gone. It's just they go away and they're gone forever, and I have to get the new ones or whatever. So that's all. It's all about keeping up,
Right.
Yeah, that's what's interesting.
Right. To me, it was no different as a kid as a TV guide. You missed it, it's gone. There's no place you go to get the back issue of this stuff, it's gone forever.
Yeah, exactly. And so when you discovered the shop, how far away was that shop from your home?
It was maybe like 3 towns over, 15-minute drive.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't even in your town.
No.
Wow, 3 towns over.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so it was far. It was like, yeah. You really needed somebody to drive you or
and at around the age of 13, 14, my parents moved maybe like 40 minutes north of our hometown. And my first day in the house, the TV was on, MTV was on, and there was a commercial for a comic shop. And it was the first time I'd seen a commercial for a comic shop.
For a comic shop?
For a comic shop, and on MTV, no less.
On MTV? What?
Yes. And it was maybe 35 minutes away. And then I just begged my mom to take me because there was no 5 and dime. I had no connection. And now this not so local comic shop was my only gateway. And then I just pretty much had kind of a deal with my mom that she would drive me once a month. And that's when I got my box and I had my pull list and everything else.
Oh, wow. That's cool, man. Hey, props to mom, because at least you had a parent who was willing once a month to go and take you and help you with your reading, collecting, and whatnot, So
it helped that it was in a strip mall, so she could go to the clothing.
Oh, while you're there, she can do other stuff, and then I'll meet you back here, whatever. Yeah. No, that works. Obviously, for a parent, that works beautifully. Doesn't have to hang out with you and wait. Like, come on, and hassle you. Like, come on, hurry up, Steve, hurry up, let's get going. We gotta go. Yeah,
And
great for you.
Knew how much I was spending, which was good.
Yeah. So let me ask you about that. Actually, did you have an allowance in those days, or were you a kid who your parents, when you wanted to buy comics, they'd give you a few bucks and let you buy comics, or no?
My parents all my life owned either a diner or a pizzeria. So
Okay.
I was washing dishes at the age of 5.
Oh, wow.
Answering the phone, taking orders, restocking the fridge. So I was making my own money, just working weekends.
Wow.
And at a certain point, 15, 16, I was making deliveries. So I would make like $100 every weekend. And, so $400 a month, that was crazy to me.
That's crazy. You're loaded at that, that's loaded.
Yes.
At that age, in that era,
yes. I couldn't spend it if I wanted to. There was always, a reserve of cash.
Yeah. Wow.
For comic conventions too, because there were so many local comic book conventions at the time that my cousins that would drive, they would take me to comic book conventions, because then, you get the bug, the itch to fill the back and pick up old issues. So yeah.
And was it the shop that you discovered a few towns over? Was that how you discovered the idea of back issues?
Yes,
I would think so, right? Yeah, that makes sense. And how soon after you started going to that shop did you hear about the idea of conventions?
Almost right away.
Okay.
Growing up, I don't know. We were always going to conventions, comic book conventions, record album conventions,
really?
computer conventions to buy RAM and hard drives and whatever. So one way or another, we were always driving to a convention.
That's pretty cool, actually. I mean, that's wild. So the idea of conventions, you already were very familiar with them,
Yeah.
That's
unfortunately, though, I was never exposed to original art. At no point was anyone, either showcasing, looking to sell, or promoting original art. To me, that was unfathomable. I didn't even think that was a possibility.
Yeah. And I think though, like that, because that's kind of a similar story for most of us. I think that even had you sort of noticed it, like if it had been there, and who knows, maybe some of it had been there, let's say at some artist's table, or one dealer guy maybe had some behind his booth or whatever, you know. Even had it been, let's say, on a table, the reality is, this is what I tell everybody. I really firmly believe that, you know, you probably still wouldn't have really taken note of it, because at that time, all you're really thinking about is comics. Like comics are 32-page full color things, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I really feel like if most of us had even seen some pile of black and white drawings in a stack, I think most of us probably would have ignored them. You know, just kind of, you probably would have been like, I don't know, what's this? Move out of the way. I want to see the comics you got there. You know what I mean? Because you're
maybe. I mean, I wasn't like that. You know, my first New York Comic Con, I was 16.
16. Okay.
It wasn't at the Javits Center. It was at the Roosevelt Hotel.
Oh, back at the Roosevelt. Yeah.
In multiple rooms. You have to take the escalator to get up, and totally different experience.
Yeah.
And everything was on sale at that time. You know, bootlegs of Doctor Who and T-shirts and all kinds of nonsense, lunch pails and whatnot. So you kind of rummage through everything, regardless of the fact that you were there specifically looking for that X-Men to fill the hole in your collection. I did come across some Frazetta pencil sketches back in the day. Okay. I wondered if they were real.
Okay. But back in the day, or like at your very first con?
At my very first New York Comic Con. So at like 16 years old.
16 at the Roosevelt. Do you remember what year that would have been?
That would have been like 88.
88. Okay. Yeah. My first, I went to my first New York con. I went to the one in 1991 in the summertime. It was at the Roosevelt as well. Yeah. Okay. It was crazy. It was pretty wild. Like for me, coming from Montreal, it was like, holy crap. I'm in the Mecca. This is Mecca of comic books, you know, New York City, the big city. Like, wow. Yeah. It was pretty crazy. So,
and at the time, you know, I would walk into these conventions with like $1,000 in my pocket.
What? At your age?
I was making, you know.
You were making really good money. So I guess that makes sense, you know?
Just looking for comic books, not thinking by art, but pondering if these Frazetta pencil sketches are real, and maybe I buy one for like $100 just because. But I remember standing there thinking, you know, ruminating whether I do or don't. And it was like the table was at like a T section, and I kept on getting bumped at every angle. And I'm like, screw this. I'm just walking away. I can't be bothered. People were smelly, and there were too many people. It was super crowded and super hot. And I'm like, I can't sit here and wonder anymore. And I walked away. That could have been my first, you know, original art experience, but the smell and the congestion, I said, no, I'm out.
It was, imagine that, guys. It was too hot and smelly at a con, and that's what drove Steve away from potentially having become an original art aficionado way earlier. That's so funny, like the whole smelly part of it, you know, like, oh my God. But we're all familiar with that, so it's like we can relate. We know what you're talking about, you know. Yeah. That is so funny. But you know what's funny? It's a little funny that you would say that, because I remember the Roosevelt, you know, like it was pretty large. Again, not compared to the Javits Center, obviously, right? But back in the day when people did cons at hotels, for a hotel, I remember that being quite large.
It was bigger than the stuff that I would go to locally.
Right.
But it you know, I remember it just being, it felt like they took like the conference space and just removed those partition walls and made it as large as possible.
Right.
And then you'd have like kind of 2 or 3 of those. But the tables, you know, they packed you in there, and it was still pretty tight. I mean, at least that year, that day.
Yeah.
It was tight in that space. Or maybe there was just a lot of things in that specific area that had people kind of focused.
No, but you're right. No, it doesn't make sense. Like, even if it is spacious, like you say, the cons always did tend to get hot. Even if it was winter time, I remember, you know, because now you're indoors, whatever. Everybody's like, if you think about it, even in the winter, everybody's wearing their winter coats, but now they're indoors and it's warm and they're still wearing their winter coats as they're walking around the room. So everybody's getting hot, sweaty, it's starting to get musty in there. And yeah, it starts to stink, Right. Yeah. So yeah, totally.
So even when I ran into, eventually I don't remember there being like an artist alley at the hotel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I remember in 91 when I went, there was no artist alley. I just remember kind of like walking around the room and it was like, oh, well, there's Neil Adams there. He had a table kind of in the dealer room, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how it was. And it was like, oh, maybe there was one or two artists over there side by side, but in the dealer room kind of thing, it wasn't like back in those days, especially the cons weren't big enough yet to where, oh yeah, let's invite 30 artists to come by. You know what I mean? It was usually a handful or whatever, not too many kind of thing. So, yeah.
But at the same time, I'm 16. It's 1988. I do recall running into my high school friend who was at the convention and brought his portfolio for Bill Sienkiewicz to look at. So they were there, like you said. They had their booths, whatever they were selling, or maybe they were just, interacting with the crowd. So, but I don't remember anyone having a table full of art that you could peruse or, negotiate.
Right.
I'm left to wonder, had I seen original art, would I have jumped on it with $1,000 in my pocket? Who knows? In some alternate universe, I've got a wicked collection. That's all.
Yeah, I totally get that. I can tell you that for me at that show in 91, that I did run into a table with stacks of original art. And that was the day that the weekend where I first bought my first piece of original art. Yeah.
Wow.
But I can tell you, so for me, it was more about like, and I knew I knew how the process of making comic books, how it went. I understood everything about making comic books, right? So I knew that pages were drawn on 11 by 17 Bristol boards and all that stuff.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You knew more than me at that point.
Okay. Well, so I knew, and so what happens was, so it's not like I went looking for it, right? I kind of like, it was the last day of the show on the Sunday, and I was like, oh, I had $60 left in my pocket, and I was like, well, I'd rather spend it than go back home with it, So I thought, let me see if I can go around and find something interesting to buy. So I was thinking more as like a memento of my first time in the big city, New York City, and that's really what it was. And so when I encountered that table, I was like, I remember thinking, oh, wow, a whole table full of nothing but original art. Interesting, So I just kind of started looking through it. I was like, wow, it's really cool. Wow, seeing so much in one place, And then I found a cover to Power Man and Iron Fist number 124, Keith Pollard, inked by Bob Layton. I loved Iron Fist, and I really enjoyed reading Power Man Iron Fist. And I was like, I picked up the cover. I was like, how much? Oh, $60. Oh, okay. Here you go. My last three $20 bills. Empty pockets. Now I can drive back to Montreal, Yeah, that's what it was. But like I said, I wasn't like, oh yeah, wow. Oh my God, I can't wait till I get back to another chance to get back to the United States at a convention, so I can get some more original art. No, it was just a memento, because it wasn't something that was established as a collectible, you see?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're not really thinking of it that way. You're just, there's no market for it. To me, it was like, wow, the first time I've ever seen this stuff for sale at retail at some convention table, So I was like, okay, well, to me, that's not a market. That's just one guy who happened to get his hands on a bunch of this stuff somehow. I didn't even question it, And I bought my piece. So then I held it for several years. And then the internet, sort of the World Wide Web, came into being. And then a couple of years after that, I'm like, you know what? let me just see what this would sell for on this eBay thing. Let me give it a shot and whatever. And I got like 5 times what I paid for it or whatever. And I was like, oh wow, that's so interesting. And I used that money and bought 2 other pieces on eBay. That's how I got my start. But
it's interesting because like you get into the comic book collecting hobby, and you're almost conditioned to think of it as an investment. Sorry to say, you've got the overlook price guide, and there's it shows you the appreciation, but you never got that sense. You never got that sense when you bought the art, thinking, "Oh, this will go up like the comic book art. Like the comic book itself went up." You're thinking, it's a memento.
Right, exactly.
There was a Star Trek phaser remote control, which is long since in the trash. You had something valuable there.
Yeah, but that's exactly. Stop misspelling my name. There's only one E in my name. Why do you always get it wrong? There's only one E, and it's the second one. Not there's that silent one. It's not there. It's like you do it on purpose to piss me off. But yeah, no, that's exactly what it was. It was just literally was a cool memento, just a cool little thing, whatever. And it's funny, and I've told the story to these guys before on this channel. In the interim, from 1991, when I bought that piece, up until I eventually sold it, I think in 97 or 98. In the intervening years, I remember I used to set up at the local conventions to sell comics, and I remember at a certain point, I remember thinking, yeah, I need some money. I want to buy some comics. I need a little bit of money. I'm low on funds. Let me bring this Powerman Iron Fist cover with me. Just who knows? Maybe somebody will get excited because they've never seen such a thing before, and they'll give me my money back. I was literally just hoping, hey, maybe somebody give me my $60 back, And I remember taking it, and I would have like 2 tables with my boxes of comics on the tables, and I would lay my original art cover right on top of it, so to make it visible, right? And all that would happen was everybody would come, and they'd be looking through the bins, and then they'd come over. They're getting closer and closer to where the art's lying, and then they push the art out of the way. They're not even looking at it. They're just like, shh, and then keep looking at the bin. That's what it was. Nobody gave a crap. It was just like, what is this? Who cares? I don't. Some black and white drawing, print, whatever it is, whatever. Move it out of my way. And that's exactly what it was. When people don't see something readily available on a sort of larger scale,
they don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah, that's it, right? It just doesn't register as, oh, that's something I could collect, especially when you're in comics, right? In comics, again, you're like what you said, a very, very key point, what you said about in comics, you're almost conditioned to think of it as a collectible right away. And when you're thinking that way, well, yeah, because, you protect them, you bag and board them, and that, okay, there's specialty stores just for this product, comic books,
Right.
When you don't see things like artwork anywhere, like, why would you ever think of it as something that you would ever collect? It's like, you figure shit. Like, I remember thinking, man, I spent $60 on this memento. It was cool and all, but like, I wouldn't mind getting my money back out of it. I've had it for a few years now, but I'd like to get my money back out of it because I'm stuck with this and nobody seems to give a crap about what it is. Nobody looks at it or anything, So that it's all perception, right? And then once you start seeing that, there's more of it. There's more of that stuff. There's more of that. Oh, suddenly, there's a little bit of a market growing here, and so that's it.
But even when I started to notice artists, and there was a dedicated artist alley, I still didn't see artwork.
Oh, interesting.
I would go to like a Tim Vigil or Art Adams or whoever, a laundry list of artists. They had commission lists. You could have them sketch you a quick something.
Yeah, you remember that, right?
But it's not like they had a stack of their stuff or a portfolio you could flip through. I don't remember seeing any of that. It was just basically them at a table with a a Sharpie and a pencil and a little piece of paper that said $10 a head sketch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what it was for us too. Yeah, $10 to $15 for the penciled sketch or whatever, and that back mid '80s, let's call it. But that's basically it. My memory, and look, I can't say for sure, but my memory of it is that the artists that would come to our local cons didn't bring stacks of art. Okay, maybe they did, and I just didn't notice. Yeah. But I find it hard to believe that I wouldn't have noticed that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, my memory was just, they got the little sign on the table, sketches, $15 for a full figure, $10 for the head or bust or whatever, and that's kind of what they promoted. So
I remember going to a local con and the Catwoman mini series was hot by J.J. Birch, I think his name was.
J.J. Birch, yeah.
Yeah, and he was there. He was there and he was sitting at a table and, he did a little Sharpie Batman head sketch with the bat symbol in the background for free, but nothing in terms of original art was available. And I wouldn't think to ask because I thought I was, lucky to get the sketch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's just how it was. It was such a different time back then, though, right? Like it really was like when you're thinking about the 80s, the convention scene in the 80s. And I'm sure there's some places in the United States, like probably Southern California, whatever. I mean, I would have thought New York, because even New York, I recall there was one guy in the 1970s who opened a store called Super Snipe Comics, and they sold original art. Again, that's just one store. So unless you traveled through the area or worked in the area or lived in the area, you wouldn't have probably have known about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, for the most part, I know at conventions was your chance to see the artists, and then you saw them, and like you say, it was just if you have the money, you get a sketch if you want, whatever, and yeah, but not typically original art,
Yeah.
Anyways, interesting. Okay, so let's go from there to how. So at a certain point, are you like a lot of people where you took? Because I think the answer is yes here. You took a big break from comics, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let us know what year, or what age you had that break, and why you decided to break away.
Don't quite remember the year. Maybe let's say it was 1993, 94.
Okay.
Jim Lee and the crew had broken away from Marvel. They started Image. The price of the Image books, I remember, was like outlandish to me at the time. Maybe it was $1.50. I don't remember. But I remember buying what was it? Death Blow? Was that Jim Lee's kind of
Blow? Yeah, that's a Jim
Death Blow issue, maybe number 3, number 4, where there were like no words. And I flipped through it. There was maybe one word balloon in the entire issue. I'd shelled out like $1.50 for this book and flipped through it in like 2 seconds. And I was so pissed off. And that was the last comic book I bought for, the better part of, from 93, let's say, to 2015. I was out. I was done.
Sorry, until what time? What year?
2015.
Up to 2015. Holy crap! Wow. Even because I took a break in '93, and I thought I was gone for a long time. I came back, and it was either 2000 or 2001. It was 7 or 8 years, and I thought that was wow. I can't believe I was away for like almost a decade. You were really, really gone. Wow.
Yeah, I'm Italian, so I hold grudges.
Yeah. Was it a complete and total 100% break from it though? Like totally?
Yes. Wow. 100%. At that point, I was buying everything, Dark Horse, the variant covers, Marvel had done their fleecing with their X-Men #1 and their 1000, their There's 7 covers where everyone bought 15 of each because they thought it was going to be the next, Action Comics. And on top of all that, I thought, oh, let me get a dealer's license and let me, go to Diamond and let me start selling at the local conventions. I was like so deep. And then I just cold turkey, canceled my box, stopped. And I was spending like $300, $400 a month on all this stuff.
Wow.
Because they knew what they were doing with the variants and the foil covers and the this and that. And then, issues started coming out twice a month in the summertime. I felt like the stories were getting worse. The prices were going up. I was done.
That's okay. Great. It's so cool to hear that because it really echoes my experience. It was the same thing. It was just like 91, 93. It was just the art and the stories were getting worse and worse. And then, sometime in 93, can't remember when, I just was I was just like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm hating the art and I'm hating the stories. So what else? Like, what is left for me here? You know what I mean? And I was like, that's it. I just walked into my store one day. I told the guy, you know what? Just stop my list. That's it. Stop my list. I'm finished. I can't do this anymore. And it's funny because I've told that story before, and these guys here watching live, but a lot of these guys are like, I don't get it though. I don't understand because like if you loved it so much,
oh yeah,
and I did. Comics were like my life.
Oh sure.
How could you let it drive you away like that? I go like, it's not like I let it drive me away. They drove me away. It was that 100%. Bad.
Yes,
that's all I can say. That's all I
remember being 14 years old, raking leaves in the front lawn, pondering comic books, and thinking to myself, one day I will be dead and I won't know what happens to Wolverine next. Like I was that deep into it. I was worried about, my mortality and I'm going to die and not know what happens to Wolverine. And then I was like, okay, they've chased me away. I'm done.
Yeah. That's it, right? Like you guys did such a piss poor job. You let the quality go for both stories and art. And I'm a guy, by the way, Steve. I'm a guy who I was always in it more. Like I love to read my comics, but I really loved the art form of telling stories with pictures way more. So to me, I was that guy who I bought a lot of comics who I just enjoyed the art. As long as I enjoyed the artwork, even if I didn't care much for the stories, I still kept buying them.
Right.
Because I was in it for the art form, But imagine, even a guy like me, you've already lost me potentially on the stories. Those are getting bad. But now even all the artwork is getting bad. Even a guy who's willing to buy only for the art, even I can't even do that anymore because the art's getting so bad. Like that's very sad, right? The way it happened, and same year as me, 93. But I will admit, I always missed it. Like I always missed it, but I was like, ugh, I'm just still not in the mood to go back until again, 2000, 2001, and
so finally. Then when you back in? How'd you get sucked back in?
I was just curious. I was, the internet sort of kept me kind of tied in the sense that I would be online and occasionally I'd see articles about this comic is the comic of the year, voted as the comic of the year, whatever. So I would still read about the hobby and the business of publishing comics. I guess what it was is I remember I've been reading articles about this new comic about Spider-Man, about Ultimate Spider-Man, and how they're going to restart Spider-Man and retell all the stories from like the Stan Lee and Ditko era, but with a modern sort of feel and twist to them or whatever. And I was like, ugh, that's what passes for good comics these days. Thank God I stayed away, And so I actually, at the time, I was like, I think I had just finished watching the Road to Perdition movie.
Okay.
And I found out that it was actually based on a graphic novel. And so I was like, oh, okay. That I would be into. I would like to get some comics that are not superheroes. I was like, let me just try something more, I don't know, real life type thing,
Yeah.
And yeah, so I said, let me look online. I searched online. I was like, oh, I must have done searches for like best graphic novels of 20 or whatever, 2001 or 2000 or whatever, And that's kind of how I heard about the graphic novel series of Road to Perdition. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I tried it. And I was, oh my God, this is fantastic, And that's kind of how I got sucked back in and decided to like, okay, let me check out the comic shop and see if there's any more graphic novels that might be interesting to me. But I got to tell you, my interest was solely at that point in going back to find cool things to read from time to time. Nothing else. My desire for collecting was gone, 100%. And to this day, it never came back. So from 93 onwards till today, no more collecting comics. I just want to read them, and that's it. No collecting. Yeah, the collectability aspect, I hate it. Yeah. So
I'm the same way.
Yeah, you too? Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The comic book shop that I saw the commercial on MTV when I was 13, I would, after I cold turkey, quit, I would revisit the shop owner every 3 or 4 years, 10 years,
Wow.
And while I would talk to him, because to me, it was kind of interesting that I knew him at the age of 13, and now here I am at like 30, 40, talking about like mortgages and life. And I would just check in on him. And while I would be talking to him about, the business, the hobby, how he's doing, I would flip through books looking for an excuse to buy something. And it never hit me until I opened up a Capullo Snyder Batman. And I flipped through it and I'm like, I'll buy this.
Yeah.
I always went to the Jim Lee thinking Jim Lee would be like the guy that might, coax me back in. But I'd flip through whatever Jim Lee had out there and it would do nothing for me. Okay. And it was this Capullo who, oddly enough, I don't know, I guess I never recognized the name, but I had so much Capullo art as a kid, because he'd done so much from whatever. What was that Marvel?
But you wouldn't have had that much, right? Because didn't he start like in the very early 90s or very late 80s?
He did late 80s. There was that Marvel, what was it? The Ultimate Universe or something? That kind of there was a book called like Starman.
Oh, the New Universe.
The New Universe. Yeah, he did New Universe. I think he did Capullo, yeah.
Because that was 1986. I don't think he started that early.
Yeah, he did the New Universe. There was a New Universe book that he was in, and then whatever all the other stuff was, New Mutants and whatnot. So when I flipped through my stuff, back at my parents' house in my old bedroom, I noticed all this Capullo art. I'm like, okay, I guess I've known this guy, but I never really noticed.
And he drew a lot different. By the time you rediscovered his name, that stuff looked way different than what you remembered,
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Then you throw in, the album covers he did, and I had all the albums that he did the album covers to, whatever it was. I can't remember the name of the bands now.
I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. I did not know that he did album covers.
Oh God.
Interesting.
Hopscotch, kids playing hopscotch off a cliff.
Why, Mikhail?
Don't remember the name.
So like lesser known kind of smaller bands type of thing for the most part?
Not Deftones, not Rage Against the Machine. If you Google it, you'll see he's done album covers. So like all of a sudden I'm like, Jesus Christ, he's been around a long time and I've consumed his stuff all this time. But here I am flipping through at the age of whatever, 40, flipping through this Batman issue. And now all of a sudden I'm like loving him. So that's what got me back into it. But still not knowing anything about original art, not knowing you could buy it or it was out there.
Oh, so still, okay, right. Because you're only just coming back at that point.
Yes.
So that makes sense. Yeah. Why would you have any idea about the original art, right?
Right.
Okay.
So what triggers me to the original art is now I'm reading Snyder and Capullo, and I'm liking Snyder's storytelling and the way he paces. And I'm like, what else has he done? So I Google, I see he's done this book called The Wake with Sean Murphy. I buy The Wake. Now Twitter is kind of a thing. So I'm like, let me follow Sean Murphy. Let me follow these people. And one day Sean Murphy, tweets that he's kind of got this art sale. Maybe he needed, some quick cash for a car part or something. I don't remember what the post exactly read, but he directed you to his art dealer. And that's the first time I'm seeing artwork on a website, as a commodity that's got prices that you can buy. And I'm like, holy shit. So this is now 2015, 2016. And now I'm perusing the website, looking at artwork, thinking, but not even thinking it's worth like a collectible or just something to have, maybe.
Yeah. But you must have been, I would think you would have been freaking out over the cost of it.
Not really, because the cost was like $200-300, $400. It wasn't.
That seemed normal to you at like.
Okay. So at this point, I had been collecting wine.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. Yeah.
Right. And I had gotten away from drinking wine because I'd started CrossFitting.
Okay.
And my collection was kind of collecting dust. And I had an Excel spreadsheet that had all the maturity dates of all these bottles. And I think I mentioned this last time. I needed to throw like a big Great Gatsby bash to either drink it all or give it away. And I decided I'm going to sell it all.
Okay.
So now, I'd been conditioned that $300 for a bottle of wine was reasonable. So $200-300 for a page of art didn't seem that outlandish.
Yeah.
Plus, I was selling the art. I was selling the wine. So I was thinking I could use the money coming in from the wine to buy some art.
Yeah, sure. That makes more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense because you're already conditioned to think that, well, this collectible, I already spend that much money on them, right? On these bottles or whatever. It doesn't even matter that it's non-related to comics or whatever. It's a collectible, something that you do for fun and enjoyment, and it's costing you $300 a pop. So yeah, I could definitely see when you're already doing that, it would seem like, oh, okay, so this collectible is how much? Oh, also $300 a pop. Oh, interesting. Just like my wine. So that sounds fair to me. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah.
And the wine you consume and it's gone. The art is forever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You hold it as long as you want to keep it. It exists,
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting. And so, okay, so what was the move you made? Did you end up sort of going there and buying, or did you look and then leave and then later come back to it, or what happened?
I looked and I left. Didn't really, give it too much thought. I just thought it was interesting that it's something out there. And at the time, I was only really consuming, other than the Batman Capullo run, Image titles. Oh. And so Sean, had Image titles out there that I was buying and reading, and he was repped at the time by Essential Sequential. And then there was another comic book by Amy Reeder called Rocket Girl, and just so happened that she was also repped at the time by Essential Sequential. So I thought to myself, let me reach out to this Essential Sequential organization and find out about artwork. Long story short, Jason lived in the same town I worked in and invited me over. And that's when the floodgates opened, because he didn't just have Amy Reeder art on the table when I got there. He had like everyone he reps.
Yeah.
And I spent like the whole afternoon, and he's cracking open a beer and he's showing me his stuff and the stuff that he's repping. And it just became like,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now I went in there thinking, I'll buy like a $300 page.
Yeah.
And by the time it was done, I'm like, maybe I'll buy a $3,000 cover.
Oh, on the first visit. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And so Rick is asking, what vintage Sean Gordon Murphy did you get? Or did you get that day? Because you haven't said what you did that day ultimately, right?
I went in looking for Amy Reeder.
Oh, that was your intent. Okay, for the Amy
Yes.
Reader. Oh,
Right.
interesting. Okay.
And I thought a $300 page, like in my mind, there's splashes, there's title pages, there's covers, but I really enjoy the sequential storytelling aspect of it all.
Right.
So maybe I'm in the minority, but I'd rather have, an internal page with some good sequential storytelling over something splashy. So I thought,
Right.
$200, that's all I'll spend. I walked away not committing, but at the same time, Jason showed me a Miles Morales Spider-Man cover that Amy had done, and it was spoken for. It was like $2,000, but the person hadn't put the down payment and kind of ghosted Jason. And he was like, if they don't get back to me, it's yours. So suddenly I'm like, okay, I'm now thinking $2,000 for a cover instead of $300 for a page. Jason gets back to me a couple days later, cover spoken for. Now I'm thinking internal pages. I go back to his place, and at the time Sean was working on Chrononauts, so he had all the pages for that.
On what?
Chrononauts.
Oh, Chrononauts. Yeah.
But next in line was Tokyo Ghost.
Okay.
And he had pages from Tokyo Ghost.
Okay.
And that's when it was like love at first sight. He showed me some stuff and I'm like, I want that, I want that, I want that. And a story.
Okay. Michael is asking, was that in Maplewood? I think he's referencing
Springfield.
Okay.
Springfield.
There you go. TJ says, Amy Reader, Madame Xanadu pages. What about them, TJ?
I know she cut her teeth on Madame Xanadu. She won some sort of contest.
Oh, yeah?
And became the penciler on that book.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Marcus, I was emo. I was very emo back then. Interesting. Man, so, okay. So, interesting that you initially, it's funny because you went to the website because of the Sean Murphy stuff, right? That was that first time.
Yep.
Interesting how when you ended up going to Jason's place and you had all that stuff available to you, but you went there with the intent of hey, I want to get Amy Reader from Rocket Girl.
Yep.
So is that to say that you picked that up and you had read it and you must have loved that particularly, that must have been a kind of a standout book for you?
It was.
Oh.
Her facial expressions, her pacing, it just spoke to me.
Interesting.
I enjoyed the story. I think what you'll find throughout my collection is, I guess I gravitate towards strong female leads. So it kind of checked all the boxes, even though I didn't think I had boxes to check.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I can't really get behind the art if I don't like the story. So you can show me a great piece of art, but if I don't know the story, if I don't appreciate the story, I might like the art, read the story, hate the story, and now I don't want the art.
Right.
So
yeah,
that book, I knew I was reading, I wanted something from it. Sean's work, I had read The Wake and I hadn't read anything else at that point.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because again, it was that Scott Snyder connection. I like I like Batman, I like Snyder. What else is out there that he's done? So
Right.
I hadn't really immersed myself in the other stuff that Sean had done, like Punk Rock Jesus and everything else.
Okay. Interesting. So, and now, so we're still in 2016-ish or thereabouts, I guess.
Yeah.
At that point. In terms of the comic books themselves, at this point, are you sort of, you've enjoyed reading a few different comics, and are you deciding, hey, this is fun again. I'm going to get back into reading comics again. Did you made a conscious decision to do that?
Yes, but
okay.
I couldn't delve back into the stuff I was reading as a kid.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
I tried the mutant books.
Right.
It was all so convoluted. So much time had passed.
Right.
I couldn't follow it anymore. They made it
Right.
impossible. You know, it's like double Dutch, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't jump back in.
Yeah, but you gave it a shot though. You read something.
I gave it a shot.
Yeah.
You know,
And it was just like
shop.
you were lost, right? You felt completely lost. You're like, what is happening in this mutant world? That's same thing with me. Same thing with me. Although I will say, I was already with the mutants. I was already in '93, right before I completely quit. I was already kind of on the down slope with the mutant. I was already kind of not enjoying it for the previous 2 years or something. I was already. Do you remember those issues with I've told these guys the same story. They were following this Aboriginal guy from Australia.
Yes.
And he's spinning this stupid thing, and they're taking them from one place to one. I was like, what is this shit? Like, it's an awful. I hate this stuff, you know? But then when I came back, I looked, let me see what I've missed in the last 8 years, you know? And I tried, and I don't know, I don't remember what it was, but I tried some X-Men book, and I was like, oh my God, I already felt like I was becoming lost before I quit comics.
Right.
And this really reminded me of how much time had passed, how much things had changed, you know? Yeah. It's what a feeling it is. Like you feel like it's just, this is passed me by, you know?
Right.
It's
right.
like,
because up until that point, it was, you know, Uncanny X-Men. And I felt like New Mutants and X Factor were mine. Like I started at number one. I was on the ground floor. These books were like my books. And there were only 3. Now you try and get back in and it's a convoluted mess. I couldn't follow. I tried, I gave it a shot. I gave up. I figured Image was my speed, you know, 8, 10, 12 issues, whatever. From beginning to end, I can follow it and I'm done. And I can go from issue to issue and story to story and enjoy that rather than try and figure out what all these Marvel titles are all about.
Yeah, I totally get that. It's funny, like some guys are saying, you know, Dan here says, I did come back for Joe Mad X-Men. Listen, a lot of people quit and then they came back for different reasons. So Joe Mad wasn't my thing when I ultimately came back, Dan. I came back. I looked at the 8 years I had missed. People were telling me about these eras of, the Joe Mad era, blah, blah, blah. I looked at it and it was just not my type of art that I enjoyed. So to me, I was like, not in it for that. But I also know that, I respect the fact that a lot of people loved that that type of art. It was very different at the time, I guess. But just not for me anyways, you know. But we come back for different reasons. Some people come back because they really wanted to read their favorite characters again. Others were like, oh, I just missed the artwork. You know, I'll get into it because the artwork's really cool, whatever. I did. I was the quitter. I had to quitter, man. Robert says, there have been a few great jump on here X-Men stories since we were kids, but mostly not that. That'll I'll go with, Robert. And it's just like you just feel lost, and as you say, right, you like it had passed you by, and that's why I mentioned too, like when I was coming back to it, I was like, well, just superheroes in general at the time, I was like, I don't really have any interest in kind of reading, catching up on them. But I thought, wow, you know, this whole Road to Perdition thing, just a good 1930s crime story, whatever, but in comic book form, I could go for that, right? And I loved it. And then I heard about like Joe Kubert's Facts from Sarajevo, and I read that, and oh my God, I loved that. I was like, okay, this I could get into again. Like I could read comics again, and it doesn't have to be superheroes, you know. So I totally get what you mean. Like it's when you've been away for a long time, I don't know. So much time passes, so many changes are made, I guess, that you feel like it's not yours anymore. It really has passed us by, kind of thing, you know. Yep. Other people, I've heard other people say, hey, you know, I also quit when you quit, and I came back years later, but oh man, I'm hardcore into it again. Oh, I got all those X-Men back issues that I'd missed, and I love it. And it's like, okay. I mean, again, whatever floats anybody's boat, right? Whatever, we're on this earth for a certain period of time. You try to enjoy yourself as much as you can, whatever it takes to enjoy yourselves. That's what we got to do, for sure. So whatever works for you, fantastic. But it's just, for me, I couldn't do what other guys could do. I was like, no, it's not for me. So I've been like occasionally try to read some, I do try to read I'm back into kind of trying to read superhero comics, whatever. I've read superhero comics again, but that love that I used to have back before I quit, that intense, deep love for comics, especially superheroes, that kind of went away, and that love, it never really came back. Even though I've enjoyed certain books that I've read in the last 25 years since I came back or whatever, but that deep-seated love, that feel for them, it's gone. Like, it's just not there anymore. Now it's just more like, hey, I'm just happy if I can get a good story to read. Give me a good story to read. Let me enjoy the art, and that's it. I'm good. I'm happy. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Whatever I buy and read, there's a point in time, I want to say it's around Mother's Day. Whatever stacks of comics I've bought for the year, I give to my nephew.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Around, I guess, maybe Mother's Day is around the same time as Free Comic Book Day. So I'll grab free comics for my nephew. I'll add them to the stack of stuff I've bought for the year, and I just give them all to him.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. How old is he?
He's 12.
Okay. He's still a youngster.
He's a very good artist.
Yeah? That's cool.
He loves the manga.
Oh, see, that's a lot of people from his age range. They love manga. Yeah, that's like that's the thing for them, just the way superhero comics used to be for us when we were kids,
Yep. He for Christmas he got Berserker. Don't even know what the book is. I've
heard of Berserker.
Heaven, but I don't know what it is.
Wow. Yeah. I've heard of it, actually. Yeah. What's up, Carl? Good to see you, man. Evening. Perfect age for comics. Yeah, for sure, Rick. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so before we get into it, let's wrap up your little story of a little story. It's quite a long one, but it's good. I've enjoyed it. I've had a good time. At what point do you suddenly feel like first of all, was there a point where where the original art bit you the way maybe comics bit you as a kid, like where you're suddenly, I don't know, you made a purchase and then, oh man, I really love this, and then you went out and you got some more really quickly, or anything like that happened to you? No.
I'm a weird kind of anomaly in this hobby, in that I am super patient, I am super analytical, I will mull things over way too much. I don't have that, snatch and grab, got to have it all mentality. It's just in my DNA.
Yeah.
So I kind of wish I did, because I'd have a lot more art. And, if I'd bought it 10 years ago, the way this hobby's gone, I'd be sitting on some nice chips to trade at this point or cash in. But no.
Yeah, I know, and I know that about you, obviously, because I've seen your collection. I know the makeup of it, but I thought perhaps was it possible that what I just described may have happened one time, and then after that first time, you immediately kind of like, whoa, okay, but not even once, right?
No,
that's interesting.
You know what it was? It goes back to, and I think I said this when we spoke at the hangout. It goes back to the wine collecting,
right? Where
you cast a wide net, you buy everything, and then eventually you figure out what your tastes are and you prune it back. And it also goes back to meeting, Bob, Sideshow Bob, at Sean's gathering at New York Comic Con, where he basically said, the way this works is every collector buys everything, and then they figure out what they like and they prune back.
Yeah.
And I equated what he said to my experience with wine collecting. And I thought to myself, I'm going to avoid the buy everything and prune back and just hone in on what I really want and avoid the pruning back part. So I was always super like thoughtful and meticulous about every stupid piece, regardless of whether it was, $100 or $1,000. Does it fit, my aesthetics? And because in my mind, it's a fail if I buy it and I want to sell it a year from now. I didn't do a good job.
Right. It's interesting. It's very interesting because you are right. You're a bit of a rarity in that sense. I think the vast majority of people in the hobby do kind of start that way, where it's like when they first get in, and your eyes are seeing so many things that you love. So a lot of us are just kind of like, oh, well, I'll buy this as long as you can afford it, right? Oh, I'll buy that. Oh, I'll buy this. And then what happens is most of us, we take a look at a certain point and we realize like, oh, I got all these cool pieces, but like they have nothing to do with each other. There's no theme. It's just a bunch of randomness, And then, like you said, okay, you know what? Maybe I should focus a little bit, and try to focus in on something, hone in on something. And so you prune because you don't need that stuff anymore. And then, okay, now you start focusing. But yeah, so many people do that. But not that you're a complete rarity, because you're not, I've met other people who are very similar to you. But it never ceases to amaze me because it is rare enough that every time I think about it, I'm like, gosh, I wish, and I would like to know what it feels like to be able to have that much self-control. I'm telling you, I'm not joking. I mean it, man. I mean it. It's
I will buy a pie to this day, okay, and I will have half the pie on night one, and that last piece might go rotten because I just save it so long that I just never get to it.
Really?
On me, I'm that guy that like the anticipation is worth more than just the having. Yeah.
Interesting, man. That is. Yeah, you're definitely different. Yeah, you're definitely in a small group. Definitely in a small group within this hobby. Restrained, yes, something that you know about as well, Mike. You're pretty okay at restraint. You're not going.
I like his the new stuff he's getting, the Scarlet Witch by Sen.
Yes, Senescence.
Yes, that stuff is amazing.
Yeah, beautiful stuff for sure. But interesting. That is actually one thing I admire. And when I say I admire it, of course, it doesn't necessarily mean that I wish I was like you and had your way of being able to control and collect your way, because I'm happy. I'm happy that things have worked out, however they worked out for me, which is I bought tons of stuff over the decades. And that has given me the ability to, whether I own it anymore or not, doesn't even matter to me. It's just like, oh, even the stuff I no longer own, for whatever amount of time that I owned it, I was able to enjoy all that art that I once owned. And there's a value for me anyways. There's a value to that, to knowing that, hey, for a certain amount of time, I own this page by this artist or those artists, from this title. And that's good enough to make me happy, so.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, there's no, we talk about this all the time. There's no right way to collect, right? There's no wrong way either. Although, of course, you could give advice in terms of, there are bad habits I think certain people could get into, which you can consider bad or whatever. And it's funny because I do try to tell people, new people in the hobby, I do try to get them, I try to help them to avoid falling into that trap of buying everything that they like and then ultimately figuring out what they're more interested in and starting to cull the stuff that they know, because I just figure, well, I don't see anything wrong with it as long as you can afford it. But at the same time, I feel like, well, if I can help you avoid that, because I know so many of us have fallen into that trap, right? If I can help you avoid that, that's maybe even better. You know what I mean? So there are bad habits I think you might be able to get into, but ultimately, no overall wrong way to collect. Let's say, just like there's no right way. It's whatever you like. I think ultimately, in the end, as long as I always say, as long as you're not putting yourself in
eating spam,
your family in financial straits or whatever,
right.
Yeah, just buy whatever makes you happy. And like I said, if it takes a while for you to realize, oh, that didn't really make me as happy. It was cool when I bought it, but now I realize, yeah, it's cool, but I don't need to have this, right? There's a lot of learning that collectors do by not really focusing initially early on, right? The fact that a lot of us do buy whatever we like, you learn from that. Everything can be seen as a learning lesson,
Yeah.
Something
I think I took the comic book collecting where I bought everything, and the wine collecting where I started, because with wine collecting, eventually you're consuming these bottles. They have a shelf life. So it's not like a comic book. And so in that sense, eventually you're going to pull that cork, but you start by buying a wide range of varietals and regions of the world, and then you hone and focus. I think by taking the comic book experience and the wine experience, I equated it to the original art, and I just came in super focused.
Yeah.
For better or worse.
Yeah, no. No. What do you mean?
Well, for example, the day I picked up the 3 pieces of Tokyo Ghost pages that I got from Jason, there was I followed my first heritage auction that closed that same day, and there was a Frazetta little Fire and Ice, I think it was a watercolor that sold for like $8,000, and I thought to myself, and this is my first auction that I'm following. I'm not looking to bid, I'm just looking to watch and learn, and it went for $8,000, and I'm thinking, oh, I could have bought that, I could have owned that, I could have a Frazetta. And I thought back to that experience looking at those Frazetta pencil sketches when I was 16, and is it real or is it not, or should I spend like $50 or $100? And I'm like, for $8,000 I could have had a honest to goodness real Frazetta. During COVID, not too long ago, and not too long thereafter, it comes up for auction again, and it sold for $80,000. So in the span of 5 years, $8,000 turned to $80,000. That boat has sailed.
Yeah, that'll teach you something about the market right quick. That's like, there's a lesson learned.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. So you ready to get into the show and tell portion of the evening?
Let's rock and roll.
All right. So let me cue this up. And
I have no idea what order these are in.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And those of you who have any familiarity at all with Steve and Steve's collecting, you have an idea of what he's interested in, where his interests lie. And because of that, I thought I'd start off with a very, very obvious choice. So let's start the first piece with a very obvious choice that I'm sure you'll all guess what it is. Check it out. Facetiousness, thy name is Ruben. Okay, go ahead.
I did not see that coming.
That's part of the fun, Steve.
Yeah. This just kind of, scratched the nostalgia itch.
Yeah.
I figured. If I had to explain this title to someone that never read it, I would say it's kind of like that JLA Maguire story where it was tongue in cheek. It didn't take itself too seriously. It was fun to read. It was funny to read, and it had cool art. This page came up at auction. I saw it. I thought back to how much I loved the run. It was short lived. I don't think it's canon anymore. And I threw in a bid and I won it. So it was pretty straightforward.
Okay. And how long ago was it that you got this one?
It might have been like 6 years ago.
Okay, fair enough. It was earlier-ish in your collecting.
Yeah. I seem to recall this had something to do with like the Infinity Gauntlet, maybe. It was like a tie-in. That's why you've got so many of the Avengers in this and Spider-Man on top of that.
Yeah. Tom says he really likes this one, and Tom, I would suggest very strongly, Mr. Number One Marvel fan, that you enjoy this one while it's on screen, because you will not be seeing much Marvel art after this moment right here. So soak it all in, Tom. Soak it all in. Yeah. So it's funny. Would you say that is this one of, if not the only time that you allowed yourself something that falls under the purview of a pure nostalgia piece?
Yes, it's one of the rare occasions.
Yeah, okay. But you would not say the only one?
Not the only one.
Okay.
It's funny because growing up, I always thought I equated DC Comics to the Super Friends cartoon.
Yeah.
So as a kid, when I first started, I thought like DC Comics is for kids, but Marvel Comics is for like, mature kids. Because, Peter Parker always had his problems paying the rent and all these, real world mature problems. So like, I always thought like, if you're a highfalutin, then you read Marvel Comics, and DC's for, for the lowbrow, it's for children. So I mostly read these Marvel titles, but I also dabbled in Batman.
Okay. Interesting. Dabbled in Batman.
Batman, what was it? Crisis on Infinite Earths is what drew me to DC eventually.
Oh yeah. Very cool. Yeah, no, it's a fun page. Yeah, I mean, a lot of fun heroes or whatever. So, and did you say you were reading the Wonderman series at the time?
Yeah,
and you were enjoying it.
I liked this series.
Okay, interesting. I did not. This is one of the Marvel series I did not, and I like the Wonderman as a character, but I don't remember why. But I decided not to buy this series.
It didn't take itself too seriously. It was kind of tongue in cheek. It had like the kind of the bit of the gags that you would see in like the Justice League run.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. So it would make me chuckle, and I liked the art. I was like, okay.
That's fair enough. That's cool. I think that might have been the reason I probably decided not to buy it, because back then, before I quit in '93, I took my superheroes very seriously. So I didn't like it when they joked around too much. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever. You're making fun of. To me, I equated that with you're making fun of comics. You know what I mean? And I always wanted to defend comics. And like, no, you got to take it seriously because of the whole comics are for kids or whatever. And that, you as a comic fan, you hear so many people say, and it was annoying to always have to defend comics. And so when I would see humorous comics, I'd be thinking like, oh God, this is exactly why non-comic people think that comics are for kids, because of the silliness of it all, whatever.
Yeah. It was a silly run. There was some sort of running gag where the Beast was trying, almost like Three Stooges, like the Beast was in these issues, was trying to like, I don't know, sneak up on Wonder Man and get one up on him, and he kept on missing and falling. It wasn't serious at all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, even Tom said it was an odd series. Yeah, interesting.
I like the art though.
Yeah. And interesting, Marcus mentions that at the time Jeff Johnson was supposed to be the next big hot artist or whatever. I have to tell you, Marcus, I do not remember that. I mean, I remember thinking, hey, who's this new guy, Jeff Johnson? Oh, he's pretty decent. He's a pretty good new artist, whatever. But it never would have occurred to me that, oh yeah, he's going to be the next big thing. And I don't remember reading or hearing from people thinking that either. So it's an interesting comment. Ruben tries to defend Archie comics. I try to defend comics. I always stuck up for comics. I spent my life sticking up for comics.
And you know what? Maybe part of what I liked about his art and that page is the same reason I liked Amy Reeder, the facial expressions.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. All the art dealers thought so. Really? But you know how it is, though, Marcus. Art dealers, oftentimes they're you know, it's like they want to sell. So it's, what can we find to make hot now and try to push as being hot. So it's like it's a manufactured hotness, if you will, you know, and you try to create this idea that such and such comic book or such and such artist is the next big thing, you know, and you try to sell it that way so that you hope it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, so to speak, you know. So yeah, I don't know if the dealers thought so. I don't know. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of news to me, though. But okay, fantastic. Let us now get. Oh, what's this? No, they already had hot artists like McFarlane to sell. Yeah, but you're saying they were trying to make Jeff Johnson the next big thing, though? I don't know. I just don't have any memory of that at all. I don't even have a memory of people in the store thinking like, "Oh yeah, this guy's awesome." It was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's decent stuff, whatever, you know. But anyways, yeah, so let's get into the next piece in tonight's show and tell. And interestingly enough, these are not purchases, but rather what we like to hear here. Oftentimes, people in this hobby, those of us who are in the social sphere of the hobby, tend to deal a lot in, you know, sending gifts to each other and repaying the kindness with other gifts. So thought I'd bring that in. You know what? Here we go. Let's check it out. Yeah. A couple of pieces. Check this out, everybody. And give us a little story behind this, Steve, because obviously you knew what was coming.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did.
yes.
So the year is 2019. I'm perusing Zaffino art online. I get a random email from Zaffino's new art dealer saying, "Hey, I've got pages from his Conan run. You know, interested in any of these pages?" And sends me a PDF of the entire issue. I immediately pick the first page of the book, and I'm told it's already spoken for. So now I'm hemming and hawing, and I end up buying 3 pages: page 2, page 3, page 4. So at this point, the first 4 pages of this issue are completely are gone, are sold.
Right.
I get a random email, and I get the pages. I post them on Cap. I get a random email from Kent Mansley saying, you know, like your Zaffino. Do you kind of, you know, where'd you get him? So I clue him in on the fact that Zaffino's switched art dealers. He's got a new art dealer who hasn't posted anything yet. It hasn't been announced yet, and gave him Zaffino's new art dealer's email address and left it at that. This is actually August of 2019. It's now January of 2020, and Kent Mansley messaged me back, says, you know, huzzah, great success. Thanks for the tip. I reached out. I got all the remaining pages from that issue.
Cool.
And as a kindness, I'm really Andy Beall from Pixar, and I'd like to send you a little something, you know, in appreciation of what you've done. So I'm like, okay, this is odd. You know, is this even real? Is this BS? But I'll bite. Here's my address. And we'll see what happens. It's either anthrax or it's some sort of kindness. That's my Jersey mentality. What can I say?
Yeah, you were not a very trusting guy, my friend.
No.
Wow.
And sure enough, like, he sent me a whole package with some drawings that he did himself for me, and some limited edition like Pixar prints that are given out to employees around the holidays, and with a kind note saying, you know, kind of thanks for the heads up and for, you know, pointing me in the right direction.
Yeah, so cool. And these were 2 originals that he had thrown in himself, that he had drawn himself, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's really cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, 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 very nice. And I mean, nicer than just having some cool animation style art is the the experience, the memory of how it all went down, right? That's what's so special about every time you look at either of these two pieces, you're reminded of that kindness, and it's fun. It reminds you of, hey, there's some pretty cool people in this hobby. Like there's maybe I should be a little bit less untrusting. But I get you. Like, trust me, I get you, because you got to be careful out there. So I understand that aspect of you not, necessarily, you're thinking, hey, what is this real? Like, a lot of scammers out there, let's be honest, so
knock on wood, haven't
yeah.
I've run into more, Sideshow Bobs and Kent Mansleys than scammers in the world, in this hobby.
Yeah, that's a good thing. What's up, Yevgeny? Very cool of him to do, says Tom. Yes, absolutely. Very bad advice. Zaffino still hasn't delivered the commission to him. Great story, says Michael. Is it anthrax or art?
Mm.
Hey, what's up, Stingray? And if it was anthrax, it would have been Judge Dredd art.
There's a heavy metal reference there.
And well, I mean, Anthrax the band,
and they've got a song called "All About Judge Dredd."
Judge Dredd? Oh, really? Okay. I was never an Anthrax fan, so I would not know that. Interesting.
Respect the badge. He earned it with his blood. I am the law.
Oh, look at that.
I don't fuck around no more.
Wow.
I judge the rich, I judge the poor.
Does the package have root beer floats, art, or anthrax? Well, if it was coming from Marcus, it would be root beer floats. You can almost guarantee yourself for that, Peter. I am the law. Indeed. All right, cool. Let us continue on with the show here. And speaking of Zaffino, check this out. Love this. Conan the Barbarian, number 8, page 2, by Gerardo Zaffino. The Sun, which, by the way, I've said this before, Steve, but and I've probably said it in comments on CAF. I always really enjoyed his dad's work, but over the last few years, I've come to realize, you know what? The student has surpassed the teacher. To me, the son is even better than his dad ever was, and his dad was great. So that's just my opinion, but whatever, for whatever that's worth, I just wanted to put that out there. I love Gerardo's stuff. I didn't
know about Zaffino's artwork until Sean Murphy posted a Conan commission.
Okay.
Of Zaffino's on Twitter. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So this page effectively is the page 2 of the 3 that I got when his new art dealer reached out to me, of which Kent Mansley picked up the other pages. I mean, what's not to love? The textures, the fur on that collar, the wind swept hair, the snow. I mean, the thatchet, the huts on the first panel. I posted these 3 because there's 3, page 2, page 3, page 4, on CGC, and Scott Williams said something to the effect of, and you can read the full description on CAF, something like, these are kind of like, the best inking job that like I've ever seen, or something to that effect.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah. I thought it's just absolutely brilliant, right? And you pointed out the reasons. I mean, the drawing is solid. The textures that he gets, it's just fantastic.
The shadow dropped underneath that nose, the whiskers, and just the depth of just how the eyes and how they're sunken into that skull.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of it. I mean, the techniques, he's full of techniques that are just fabulous, you know?
Yeah. One thing that I noticed that I gravitate towards are artists that ink their own work.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That I'm aware of, exactly. And that's, it's pretty clear by when people take a good look at what you collect, you know? Yeah. And I've always said, you know, that there's something to that. Like in this hobby, one thing I've always found, in terms of value, when we evaluate artwork, I've always found that one of the undervalued things in our hobby is examples of like artists who, as you say, pencil and ink their own work, because it's the true vision of the artist, right? With pencils and inkers, while it is certainly fun to see the different combinations that are available and to see what inkers can do on certain pencilers, right? There's a lot to be said about that. It's fun, but you don't get the penciler's actual true vision of what they envisioned in their head of what they wanted their stuff to look like, you know. And with penciler inkers, you do get that. It's exactly what they envisioned inside their minds, you know.
Right.
And I've always found that this type of stuff is undervalued. I think these artists, I've always felt like these artists should be looked upon a little more closely and followed more because of those reasons. Because it's there's not many. If you think about it, in this industry, most people work in combination with another artist, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like given what a minority penciler inker artists are in this industry, I just feel like they should be looked upon more, and I think inking your own work should be valued a lot more, you know, because it's your pure vision, you know.
I think artists like Zaffino or Sean Murphy or Bill Sienkiewicz, they don't get enough credit for moving the ink on the page the way they do. Like I can appreciate Scott Williams inking over Jim Lee, but it's very mechanical. Like with enough time, I could sit down and I can recreate what's on that page with those inks and those lines and those line weights. This stuff, it feels way more organic.
Oh, it's very organic. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. That's what you tend to find. Especially, I've always said, the Zaffino family, right? The father, the son, both. To me, I see them as coming from the school of the Klaus Janson inking school. Very organic. That's what I always loved about Klaus's work. The organic feel to it. It's so alive, you know? And that's what I feel often happens with guys who do all the art themselves. You know, it just tends to have an organic feel to it, and in particular, if those artists are brush artists as opposed to just pen and nib artists, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. And Robert makes a good comment here. Says it seems to be the general rule in Europe for artists to both pencil and ink their work, and that is true. More or less. It's not always, but yes, it's always been much more common there, you know. And even better, says Rick, when they write it too. Ruben, you never know what the possible disconnect between the pencils and the inks. Yeah, exactly. And agree, they're the true artists, says Stanley. And that's the Breccia style. And they are Argentinian. Right on. Yeah, Breccia is pretty fantastic too. So, did Zaffino color it?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. The Argentine-Italian connection. Yeah, but very nice. And don't worry, Steve, in case you're wondering, that's just one page. We will see the other Conan pages a little bit later. So, in case you were wondering.
All good. No. I'm along for the ride.
Excellent. All right. Well, the next one we're gonna take a look at here is I think it's a perfect choice. It's a nice segue because it's a similar look in artistic style and technique, and it's one of your favorites. So let's take a look at this and let us know whatever you have to say about this.
I love this moment in the book. I love that top panel of her kind of drinking coffee. The ship's kind of on autopilot, and she's taking a rest as they kind of traverse the bottom of the ocean to make their way from LA to Tokyo. And I love that bottom panel.
Oh my gosh, I love
scale,
that.
The baby whale, the mama whale, the ship. It's got everything you want in a Sean Murphy in terms of, you've got the tech and the mech, and you've got those glorious inks. And, if you could zoom in, you could see there's kind of like dry brush, white ink strokes that kind of give you that sun dapple coming through the water. It's kind of a perfect page for me.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And let me see here. Give me a second. If I remember reading correctly, let me know if I'm remembering correctly, is Tokyo Ghost your absolutely all-time favorite series, or one of them?
Yeah, I would say it is.
Okay.
Kind of speaks to me. The dystopian cyberpunk, everyone's addicted to social media, and there's this narcissist that runs the country and is, polluting the water, and we're all just happy to go along with it as a society, as long as they don't, unplug our internet.
I like how you giggled when you said there's a narcissist running the country.
Yeah. There's a little bit of soothsaying in this book. It becomes more prophetic as the years go by. And this is one of those pages that got away, where I overthought it, where it was on calf. I reached out to the owner. I wanted it. He offered it for a price. I thought the price was a little too high. I didn't want to budge, and it got away. And then years later, right around COVID, I had a Mazzucchelli Born Again page that got away from me by like the skin of my teeth, and I was kind of sour about it. And this page came to mind, another one that got away, and I reached out to the guy who had once owned it, and I was like, hey, any chance you kind of can connect me with the person that has it now, because I really want it. And it made its way back to me.
Nice. Those are always nice stories when you let them go, or you miss out on them, and then at a certain point down the road, they make their way back where they belong, in a sense,
Right.
Yeah, that's always a nice feeling. So very cool. Excellent. All right. Well, from Sean Murphy, we're going to go to one of my favorite artists of the last however many decades. And a guy who known very well for doing a very, very famous Batman story. Let's check this out and tell us a little bit about this page.
Oh, Dark Victory. I maybe I'm in the minority. I think I like Dark Victory a smidge more than Last Halloween.
That is very much in the minority. I will say, just so you know, I to this day never read Dark Victory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I just always feel like if I enjoy a story, and I feel like if they do a sequel, they're only doing a sequel because they know how successful the first story was, right? So right. in my head, it's like, it's not going to be good. How can it be good? You're only doing it because you knew the first one was financially successful. So you're just trying to capitalize financially, therefore, you're forcing the writer to come up with a story because it'll sell well, not because they already had a great story in mind. So therefore, how good can it possibly be? So so I just figured, you know what? I don't want to be disappointed. So I've never read it. But I will also say, Steve, that this, Dark Victory is, plenty of people that I've done show and tell episodes with. We've shown Dark Victory pages, and I've mentioned in those past episodes that, these guys have told me that, yeah, it's still pretty good, but you're right. Most people don't like it as much, but they still tell me it's pretty good. So I am considering one day, still considering getting to it at some point, but I think I would want to reread the first one and then go right into it. So, so it's fresh in my mind and go back to back.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And I, completely valid. I want to say, I feel like maybe Tim Sale has come out and said that he liked his work on Dark Victory better just because he had more time, with the characters.
Yeah.
But this one is just pure. This is one of those, because obviously this came out in 99.
Yeah.
So I was out of the hobby. Had come back to it and had to kind of catch up, asking around, what should I be reading that's come out since I've stepped away. And this is one of those moments on a page that just made me laugh out loud. Kind of Bruce, dejected, being rejected by Selena and getting dragged in for breakfast. Just to me, it's a cool story moment. Again, inking and penciling by the same artist. Love that that eye with the eyebrow.
Oh yeah, I love that fourth panel. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love that fifth panel, that perspective, that shot.
Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful perspective. Yes.
It just cinematically, it captures all the beats of all the characters. Bruce looking all dejected with the way he's wearing his hat in that third panel, kind of like he's a schlub. And at Selena's Mercy. So yeah, everything about this page I loved. It went up on Heritage, and I was lucky enough to win it. And it doesn't have Batman on it, doesn't have him punching, Scarecrow in the face or anything, but I'll take it.
Yeah, no, fantastic for sure. Very, very nice. And cool to have it, especially because you actually like Dark Victory better than the Long Halloween. So that's
I won't turn away a great Dark, Long Halloween page, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure. But yeah, I know that's very cool. Let me just pause for a second. I forgot to do this earlier, and I apologize. Carl and Stingray. Just wanted to mention that both guys have probably what I'm assuming will be their last videos of the year on their channels. Stingray had an end of year art unboxing extravaganza. And so Stingray, this is for you, everybody. If you haven't checked that out, please do. I'm putting the direct link to that. If you like unboxings, check this one out. And it's longer than Newell's typical videos. So I think you'll enjoy that one. And then we have here Carl Sodergren, who has his favorite comics of 2025, and he does a top 10 list with some honorable mentions. So that's fun, and I will once again drop that direct link right here. So please do check that out. And yes, of course, Carl says, yes, sir, nothing for the next few days. Probably not until the first week in January. Well, there you go. And more art on the way. Have a bit of a backlog. Excellent. Okay, so please check those two out, everyone. And I believe that was it. But I did want to say, because he's here tonight, a shout out to my newest sub, Whoa Jilliams. Man, you guys and your wacky names. I feel like your name is really Joe Williams. And for whatever reason, you decided to go with Whoa Jilliams. But welcome. Thank you for being here tonight and also commenting a couple of times. Don't think that I haven't noticed. So yeah, welcome and thank you for subscribing. All right. And last but not least, even though I have no link for you guys, please remember to check out Nick every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific on the EXP right here on YouTube. And yeah, for those of you not aware, if you like to claim the claim shows on YouTube, if you know what those are, it's like live sales, and the first person to claim that they want to buy it, it's theirs. And so Nick does that every week, and typically with affordable art and sometimes a mid-range and higher tier art as well. So check that out. All right. Okay. Thank you for allowing me that, Steve, and everybody else. I appreciate it. Usually do that closer to the beginning, and I completely forgot. So yeah, let's dive right back in here. And let me see. Oh, and thank you, Peter, for being so kind to our newest subscriber, Wojilliams. Very nice of you. Yes, let me see the next one. So, from the Tim Sale piece, what do we got next? Let's check this out. So I got a couple of pages to show you guys at the same time. I doubled up so I could squeeze more art in. Doubled up, and then I'll go back and forth with the black and white and color. So while I do that, Steve will talk to us about it. Here we go. Check it out.
Sean Murphy. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
So he's White Knight. So I'm at Jason's at Essential Sequential. He's showing me the Chrononauts. He's giving me a sneak preview of the Tokyo Ghost. I end up loving the Tokyo Ghost art and the story, and snag pages from that book. And while Tokyo Ghost is still being worked on and released month to month, Jason's telling me about, how Sean's talking to Scott Snyder about this Batman project, and it's going to be the next thing that he's going to work on. And, I'm interested in pages, right? Because who wouldn't be? Long story short, the Scott Snyder Sean Murphy thing doesn't happen. But Sean manages to get his own book out of DC. And that becomes the White Knight. I get to see original art from the first issue before it's released. I love the art. I'm already loving Sean's work on his other books. And I become, one of Sean. Sean starts this kind of exclusive club where you get emails with the artwork ahead of it dropping, and you can kind of, call dibs, kind of, sort of, but not really. And I get the first page, you see, page 15 out of that. And I really want page 16 as well. So I email Sean and kind of beg and plead, and he lets me have them both. I just love page 15. That 1, 2, 3, 4, that 8-panel sequence where Bane tosses the bat signal at Jim and knocks him off the top of police headquarters, and Batman has to dive and catch and do that tuck and roll thing to land and protect him. I thought it was brilliant. If you gave me the script of this and asked me to do it all on one page, I'd be gobsmacked on how to do it. So I thought it was amazing. I love those speed lines. Everything about it, just in terms of sequential storytelling, is so efficient and well done. And as a 2-page, to have sequential storytelling and then have 2 pages back to back that tell the complete moment, to me was a bit of a gift. So I consider myself lucky to have them both. And it's a pivotal moment where basically Jim turns his back on Batman. Joker's managed to Joker, we see Joker, take a crowbar to Robin and do a lot of bad things to Batman. But having Joker basically turn Jim Gordon against him is probably the knife that cuts deepest. So I thought it was a great moment, some great storytelling, some great artwork, and I was lucky enough to get them both.
Yeah, excellent. Like you were saying, it's nice. I too am someone that when I really, really love a certain person's art, I've been known to get sucked into buying not only like back-to-back pages, but what I call sequences. So if the whole sequence or scene, if you will, is 5 or 6 pages, I've been known to get sucked in. I'm like, I can't leave it behind. I just got to get the whole thing, and I buy them all. You know, it's just there's something beautiful about seeing this sequential story being told, and one page to the panel, obviously one panel to the next, but then from page to page to page. You know, it's just, yeah, it's really, really nice, and I find that so underrated, it's especially in this hobby, which, as I'm sure you know, it has always been so, it just has always had this very predominant focus on single image illustrations, right? With cover, splash, 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 you know?
Yeah.
And yet the art of storytelling, it's just so amazing. So, and listen, just to be clear, everybody, I like a good cool cover and a splash as much as the next guy. I'm not denying that. But comics are about storytelling, telling stories with pictures. So yeah, man. I mean, I just love good storytelling, and I think more people should focus on that, you know?
Yeah. I would rather have a page where it's hanging on my wall and somebody can walk up to it, look at it, understand it, and then turn to me and say, what happens next?
Yeah. Have you had that happen?
No.
Okay. Well, that's the
what
goal.
I'm thinking when I'm looking at art. Like, does this fit my collection? When I'm looking at this page and I get to that final panel, am I wondering, do I want to turn that page or turn to somebody to be like, what happens next?
Yeah. I totally get that, for sure. Robert says that comics are a sequential medium, so buying consecutive pages is the way to go.
Yeah.
There you go. Totally get it, man. All right. So that's going to take us to something that I think will surprise a lot of people, or at least in the sense that, you know, something that most people here are not familiar with. I certainly am not familiar with this next art that we're going to show, but I love it, and I'm now looking into getting it so I can read it myself. The artwork to me here on this one, guys, coming up, it's so fluid, natural, animated. And anyways, yeah, let me just show you. I've got more than one example. And in the meantime, Steve, you could tell us about not only the art and what you love about it, but maybe tell us a little bit about the book, how you heard about this project and discovered
I know
it.
where you're going with this.
Yeah. I figured if I talk a little bit longer, you'll know. So yeah, let's check this out, everybody. I'm showing you multiple pages here, and I'm going to go back and forth while Steve chats to us about it. Check it out.
Yeah. So Jared Cullum got on my radar through a friend, French collector that I've known for a while, that we chat quite often. He bought, I want to say, one of the splashes or the cover from this book. And he bought it. I'm not sure how he became aware of it, but he bought the artwork in the book for his kids.
Okay.
Because effectively it's a children's book, right?
Right.
Based on his recommendation, I looked at the book. I looked at the art. I loved the cartooning. I love, just like you said, the fluidity, the expressions, the storytelling, and it's all watercolor, which just blows my mind.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
it's won awards. It's won like Scholastic Children's Book of the Year and all. And he's all self-taught, which blows my mind. And he's a really nice guy on top of it. I love the book. I love the expressions that he's able to capture with these characters. And to your point, I didn't just buy, 1 or 2 pages. I bought a bunch of moments.
Yeah.
However many moments, like if you kind of, I don't even know, maybe I have like 12 pages from this
I think,
book.
yeah, I think you had 12. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you kind of go from beginning to end, it effectively tells you the entire story in those 12 pages, even though it's however many, 100-page book or whatever. I reached out to the artist. He was super kind. I found him on Instagram. He provided me with a list and images of what he had left. And he let me pick, whatever I wanted. And the prices were so reasonable, I felt stupid not to buy a dozen.
Okay. That's always nice, right? When you find something that you really, really like, and then you find out, ooh, wow, the prices are less than I would have expected.
Yeah.
You feel compelled to buy more, right? You're like, oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic.
I want to say he was selling them for like 125, 150 a page.
Oh my gosh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, not an unheard of story when talking about these independent type children's book type, things that are comic book adjacent, but where the artist doesn't really have an avenue to sort of reach, the maybe the right fans. So maybe they find out about comic book art fans who are typically superhero people, and so they wouldn't spend big money on something like this. But if you price it right, hey, then they'll spend the money, But that's what often happens with sort of indie type looking stuff like this. But yeah, that's cheap as hell, man. Yeah. That is literally, that's like giving it away. Wow. Yeah, very, very beautiful. And yeah, I could at that price. Exactly. Like I would absolutely, if had the same thing happen to me, I think I would have done the same exact thing. Like, oh, at first I'm thinking I'll buy a page or two because I'm thinking it'll be a few hundred a piece, right? And then, oh, what? A buck and a quarter? What? Of course I'll buy a dozen, no problem,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, I hemmed and hawed like which ones, and in the end, I just went kind of with your train of thought. I'm just going to buy a bunch of moments that tell the whole story.
Right.
So you can see just from these 2 pages, she's saying goodbye. She's got to leave. The bear follows, can't catch the plane as it takes off, and now he's left alone.
Yeah, it's great. I love that. I love it all, but just the storytelling on the second page or the one on the right, I'm like, oh my gosh, the little girl is obviously getting on a plane. She's leaving and he's lonely. Like, oh no, don't leave me. And he starts chasing the plane as it flies away, Yeah, it's just really, really amazing. Yeah. Second bear page is heartbreaking. Yeah, that's exactly it, Peter. And of course, this is the published version. And then we got the other 2 original art pages here and the published version. Tell us, Steve, would you say, because I know that for these Kodi pages, you don't have them scanned. I know that they're photographs, and often with photographs, the light in the room makes a big difference. So when you look at this is the original artwork. Would you say that the originals, the colors look more closer to these photographs, or do they look closer to the published version, which is these 2?
They look closer to the published version.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying, right? The lighting, when the lighting's not good and you're taking photographs, it's it changes it a lot. So okay, good to know.
I've subsequently gotten a scanner, but I haven't rescanned and reposted everything.
Right. Yeah, and I'm assuming here the same thing. It's probably closer to this. Yeah, because you notice on the right hand page, especially the sky, how vibrant the sky is right there. You know, the blues and whites in the sky. And here it's kind of like all disappeared. So I'm like, nah, this can't possibly be how it actually looks, you know?
Right.
Yeah. So I suspected it looked more like this, like the published version. So yeah, very, very cool. Very, very nice stuff. Very happy to be able to show that. And because who knows, like I said, just by looking at Steve's pages from this, and you can see the rest of them, the other 8 pages in his gallery, using the direct link to his gallery below inside the description of this video. Yeah, if you're like me, you might suddenly start looking for it and wanting to read it. So it looks like it could be a nice, sweet story to read. Like as you said, Steve, and even when I looked into it, I noticed it said, I think it said 10 to 12 years old or 8 to 10 or something like that. But it really feels, the art feels like it's like, you can tell that even as an adult, you would probably enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're going to be there like, oh God, this is really for kids, you know?
Right.
Yeah. The story seems sweet.
And some great cartooning in
And
all
the
those.
fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Carl mentioned that he just gave it to his daughter for Christmas, which is really cool. And hold on here. Where's his comments? Okay, I don't know. It's too many comments. But he meant. Oh, here it is. Just gave my daughter a copy of Kodi for Christmas.
That's awesome.
Out of curiosity, Carl, did you read it? Did you read it before you gifted it to her, and how did you hear about it? Out of curiosity. Yeah. And by the way, Sean Watkins from Athenium Comic Art is here in the house. Good to see you, Sean. He loves Jared's work. Yes, very nice. Why wouldn't you? Beautiful stuff. And Ian, Jewish Dragons himself. Also, Jared Cullum is really talented. I was lucky to get a couple of pages from him. So he also owns some art. So that's really cool too. Good to hear. Yeah, great stuff. Oh, and Robert, I have a couple of Kodi pages as well for more of the story. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, great to hear. Very, very cool. Out of curiosity, Steve, does Jared just sell on his own directly?
Sells on his own. No, he is now with a rep, the same rep that I don't remember the name of the rep.
As soon as you said that, everybody's like, "Oh, a rep! Oh, great! There go the $125 pages." You know, but guys, 125 really is giving it away. So don't be mad at the rep if he's double the prices, because even that seems cheap, 250. So, and I'm not making any money by saying that. I don't know who the rep is, but for the quality of art, that's even 250 really seems really cheap to me. But yeah, so no, that's good. I hope they sell more pages. Okay, I very much enjoyed Kodi, says Carl. Just quite charming. Very cool. Okay. And Robert says, Jared said he wants to be a background artist. Oh, and did the book so he could draw backgrounds. Interesting. Okay. Good tidbits. Thank you for that, Robert. And Carl found him on Artist's Bullpen. And now I don't even know who the hell that is. Never heard of them. Yeah, that's the name of the rep, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. I had to check out his work. Okay, cool. Lots of Kodiaks. And Jared has pages from his Wonder City book on there for around that price. $125 to $150. Wow, okay.
Not bad.
There you go. Check those out, people, if you want. And I want to read and see the art in the book. Well, there you go. See, that's why. That's another reason why I wanted to show these pages, Peter. I love them. So I was like, wow, this is the kind of book I want to read. So I want to look at the art. I love the art. I want to read it now. And I thought, some of you may also feel the same way if you see it. I'm always interested in showing things other than superhero and mainstream stuff. So it's really nice.
The rep he's using now is the same rep that reps Jesse Lonergan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't remember the name, but Carl's a big fan of Jesse Lonergan, so and you know that, yeah. So there we go. Okay. And Tom, there you go. Tom needs to pick the book up now. There you go. CJ wants you to know. Great stuff, Steve.
Thank you, CJ.
All right. Let us continue. So where are we going to go? Well, speak of the devil. Why don't we speak of the devil? Here we go.
Yeah, Jesse Lonergan.
There we go.
I want to say he was on my radar thanks to Yo Curry, who showed me some of his artwork.
Yeah, you mentioned that, I think, in your description.
Okay. His work in terms of the way he uses the gutters and the panels is unique, to say the least. I picked up this page for the simple reason that it's kind of an exquisite example of how he uses the panels to not only show a break in time, but a break in space. Ooh. So it's like kind of a past lives moment with these two characters, and you can see maybe more so with the color published version where there aren't border lines around some of the panels that represent flashes of the past life, which maybe isn't as evident in the original artwork, because I didn't notice it until I read it and then went back and looked back and forth at the published versus the original art.
I see.
And then I thought, wow, that's kind of ingenious, and I didn't even notice it. So yeah, he plays with the gutters, he plays with the borders, he does these crazy grids and page breaks that I don't think you see anywhere else in comic books.
Yeah. And how was the story on this?
It was okay. It was interesting. If you follow the Hellboy universe, it's
I don't.
Okay, it's not as wackadoo or outlandish as any of the other stuff. So it fits within the universe.
Okay.
And I appreciate that Mignola also appreciates Lonergan's quirky way to tell a story.
Yeah, I did. Once I picked this out, I was curious, obviously, because I was like, oh, every time I think of Jesse Lonergan, I think of Carl, because Carl's the one who introduced me to him, through his channel and his videos that he's done on his channel, and so I always associate Jesse's work with Carl, and yeah, when I looked at this and I was like, well, what, when I read the title, I was like, what a crazy title, so long. And I see the name Hyperborea. I'm like, wait a second, what is this? This is Conan? Because Hyperborea was like, it's from Conan, And so I did a little research, and then I learned that, what you were saying about, Mignola wanted to do this series, and he thought, I really like Jesse Lonergan, but I'm such a kind of a control freak, and it's hard for me to give up control to other artists. And since especially if I've never worked with them before, and so he loved his work. He was saying he loved his work, but he was concerned that, because I've never worked with him before, is he going to be able to do what I kind of envisioned he could do, Yeah. So just an interesting little working relationship that they had, and apparently he ended up being happy with it in the end, So all's well that ends well, I guess,
And I think Mignola kind of changed his workflow and maybe gave Lonergan scripts that were more kind of the Marvel method, kind of just a synopsis and let him run with the beats and the moments and the panels rather than trying to spell it out moment by moment.
Yeah.
So let Lonergan be Lonergan.
Yeah, indeed. David Barr in Australia, currently at the airport on the way to Europe, says, "G'day, Steve."
G'day, mate.
Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. I like that. Yeah. All right. Excellent. So from Jesse Lonergan, we are going right into the next one, folks, and that is this.
The magic.
Tell us about this one, because I mean, a lot of us know who Olivier Coipel is, but I know, speaking for myself, I certainly have never even heard of the Magic Order. So I'd like to know a little bit about that, and for the benefit of everybody watching who also may not know anything about it.
I'm going to tell you how the story starts, and then you decide if you want to read it.
Okay.
The story starts in a penthouse apartment. There's a couple in a schwanky room sleeping in their beds, husband and wife. A child, their child, kills the mother, slits the father's throat.
Oh boy.
That's how the story starts.
Okay.
The penthouse apartment is protected by all kinds of charms and spells, so that this family in this penthouse apartment who are magicians are protected, but somehow these adversaries have figured out kind of a hack that they can basically hack into the kid, possess him, and use their own child to murder them.
Oh boy.
And that's how the story starts.
It sounds very interesting. To be honest, I mean, I'm in for a good scary murder sequence type thing or whatever. Although it does kind of sound like it might be, what's that word? Like magic is involved.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not so into that. But overall, what would you give this on a, let's say, a scale of 1 to 10? What would you give this series?
I'm gonna say no one ever gets a pure 10, so I'll give it like a 8.7.
Oh wow, that's very, very strong. Okay.
I love the idea behind this. I love the concept. It's executed well. The ending. And the twist, of which these 2 pages represent that twist. So if you're going to read it, don't look at the published pages because it might spoil it for you. Basically this character on this page again, artists inking their own work and strong female characters. This character here is the black sheep of the family who's always done what she's, if you tell her not to do something, she's going to do it. Yeah. And at the end of the day, her being the black sheep is what saves her family.
Okay. How many issues is this? Do you know? You remember?
It's only 7.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it was always intended to be a miniseries.
Yeah, but I think it's now there's been like 4. There's the Magic Order. Then they came out with a Magic Order kind of 2. So I think they're on like Magic Order 4. Olivier only did the first run, and they've had different artists do the others.
Oh, I see.
It's supposed to be. I heard it's supposed to be a Netflix miniseries at some point, but who knows?
Yeah. But you haven't kept up with the subsequent miniseries, the follow-ups?
I have not.
Okay. The first one ended satisfyingly enough for you. You don't need to keep going.
Correct.
Yeah. You see, that's how I feel about The Long Halloween.
Yeah, I get you now. I understand.
It's just, yeah. But I will eventually at some point, because I am curious about it, so I will eventually.
And I got those 2 pages again, sequential pages from the same book. I hemmed and hawed at Kwan's table at New York Comic Con. Which one can I get? Which one should I get? In the end, I got them both.
Yeah,
I loved that one page with the magic wand and the the whatever, the magic effect. But then the page before it, I thought it's not complete if I don't have them both.
Yeah, and again, it looks great together sequentially. So I think you made a good decision getting them both. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, and I gotta give props where they belong. And I'm not usually a big fan of coloring in comics, but I actually kind of like these colors.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, quite nice. So yeah, very interesting. Oh, and sorry, let me go back. What year was that? 2019. Okay. So it's already a almost 7-year-old book. Okay.
Yeah.
And sorry, who published that? Do you remember?
I was Image.
Image. Okay.
So it came out. Netflix announced they were going to make it into a movie because Millar has that whole deal with Netflix.
Oh.
Then it got dropped. But then that Jupiter series came out on Netflix.
Oh yeah.
And it was a huge success. And then all of a sudden the Magic Order's, back in pre-production or whatever. But
it's in play again.
Yeah, but that was at this point like 4 years ago, and I haven't heard anything since.
Right.
I'd like to see it as a series because it was a cool book, and if you're not going to read it, then I think you'd enjoy the movie, the series.
Right.
But we'll see.
Right.
Jupiter's Legacy.
Jupiter's Legacy. Yeah, Marcus says that it was not a success.
The Jupiter's Legacy. It was enough for Netflix to say, "Hey, we'll greenlight this again."
Oh. Okay. Tom agrees, though. It wasn't a success. Okay. Robert says it was an interesting book, but Netflix dropped the adaptation due to cost overruns. Okay. Well, better to see. That's if you're gonna get rid of a show that I like, I'd rather hear that it was because of cost overruns than just because God it was so badly done or yeah, because that's always way more disappointing. I always think back to that for anybody who's seen it, the Swamp Thing series that they revived. I don't know, what is it now? 4 or 5 years ago, there was a Swamp Thing series, and they canceled it after they had only aired, I think, 1 episode.
Yeah.
Because of cost, because they said it was going to be way too expensive to do a second season. So that's it. It's just the first season. And then I watched it, and wow, I was like, I wish the cost overruns weren't there because I really enjoyed it. So, but I mean, I guess if that's, like I said, if that's the reason, I'd rather that be the reason than just because, oh my God, I watched it and it sucked so hard,
Right.
So Rick says that the Jupiter's Legacy, he thinks it was well done. And Marcus says there hasn't been a Miller project since. Interesting. Okay. And he's still involved and tied up with that contract with the whole Netflix thing, right? I think
I'm not 100% sure. They still call it, the as far as I know he is, but I can't speak to.
They lost their tax breaks for Swamp Thing. Is that what happened? Okay, that's a shame. Anyway, okay, everybody, let us keep it rolling and let's find out what's next. I know what's next. Okay, I'm gonna revisit something from an artist we've already seen, from a comic book we've already seen. Beautiful stuff, though, and talk about sequential storytelling. Perfect timing. Here we go. Check it out. Look at that. Like, oh my God. Everything we said about the first page, Steve, it goes like 3 times as much for these. Like, this is just wow. Like, I love this. Holy crap. But anyways, you talk. It's your stuff.
No, I appreciate your comments. If it were just that final panel on page 4, I'd be happy. Everything leading up to that is like gravy.
Yeah.
But the way he captures the way he captures those fire lit dark elements within the room, and all those textures from the fur to the knife to the beards, it's just, to me, it's glorious. Again, all one artist, all with brush and ink and quill. I think it's amazing artwork.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I love those textures. Oh, the different textures, man. It kills me. Oh my gosh. Like you said, the lighting techniques. Oof, on the second page. Yeah, like Rick says, so good. You know? My gosh. It's so rich and again alive, you know, because of the organic inkings. It's my gosh. So good. Maki Poo says Zaffino is on my bucket list. Yeah. Why not? You know, and I know that you're a Conan fan, Michael, so I agree. He should be on your Conan bucket list.
Scott Williams' direct quote was, "These Zaffino pages are as good or better than anything being produced in comics today. They are profoundly good."
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. You know, I don't think he's wrong at all. Yeah, it leaves me speechless. It really is so good. He's so good. And again, I'm blown away by just how good he is, even more so than I used to think his dad was. It's like he took what his dad did and just took it like an extra couple of notches higher.
Yeah, the textures and the atmosphere, he's just amazing.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. Yeah, fantastic stuff. So yeah, beautiful pages, and these 3 pages, I believe, these are they're the first and last that you got, correct? You
Correct.
never got more after that, right?
No.
Kent
Mansley bought the rest.
Oh yeah.
He literally has every page, I think, including the cover. I'm the only one with
every single one other than the ones that you have.
Yes,
that's so funny. I'm actually surprised that if that's the case, I'm surprised that in the time since you guys got these pages, that he hasn't said like, any chance you might be willing to give up those 3 so I can complete the get them all. You know,
it's an unwritten, you know, wink and a nod that if for whatever reason I should ever want or need to sell them, he would get first right of refusal, 100%.
Okay, good. That's cool. At least that, you know. Sorry, Carl. Sorry, dude. You had to step away. You missed Jesse. We talked about Jesse. You can catch it on Rewind. It's okay. Later tonight, when I break up the episode of the chapters, you'll just look for the chapter with the Jesse Lonergan page, and you can just skip to that. All right.
I don't want to speak for Carl, but I think Carl will tell you that he's a Jesse Lonergan fan because of that page that we just looked at.
Oh, let us know, Carl. That's very interesting because I don't know that. So if that's true or not, let us know, Carl. That's yeah, that's a very interesting. Jesse has a sequel to that Truesdale series with Mignola coming out now. Oh, interesting. Okay,
did not know.
Just watched it on 2 times speed. Nice. So we sound like chipmunks to you. That's funny. All right. Okay. So after that beautiful work, what do we go to? Ah, yes, of course. Well, yes. Why don't we take a look at revisit? Of course, you know, you guys know Steve has a very more of a narrower, I guess what you would call narrower focus of interest in terms of the artists, for example, not a wide variety of artists that he collects. He likes the guys he really likes a lot, and he gets stuff from them and their projects. So we're going back to somebody we've already visited, and it's great stuff. So let's take another look. Check it out.
Tokyo Ghost, page 3 splash. I'm, you know, for someone who likes sequential storytelling, this was in the package of 3 that I bought. So this would be considered my first original art that I ever bought.
Okay, cool.
the depth that he creates in that top panel on the entire page is just mind blowing. Love the book, love the characters, love this moment in the book where the characters who are basically tasked with infiltrating this, paradise that is New Tokyo, first lay eyes on what is effectively paradise on Earth, and Sean Murphy does not disappoint.
Yeah, fantastic. If I may, Carl says, well, that's partly true. I knew of Jesse's work, but I didn't realize Artist Bullpen was repping him after Cadence. And he says that you showed that page and mentioned Artist Bullpen on a show with Bill, and that led me to get my first Jesse purchase. Yeah. So there you go. And he still credits you for pointing him in the right direction.
And you know what? That's a lot of the fun that I get out of this hobby. Just if I see something that I know you might, be interested in, and I can message you and say and point you in the direction of something that's just been posted or made available, or point you in the direction like with Kent Mansley to a rep who you're not aware of, and get you art. That to me is even more fun than buying it myself because it didn't cost me any money.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I've known this from the beginning that for me, it's like a big part of the fun of being in any hobby, and I've been in other hobbies, right? So a big part of it really is like when you do things for somebody where you think it might help them, or they might, especially like, because I think I say this all the time. Whenever I like something, I inherently want other people to like that same thing. Does that make sense though? Like,
yeah, no, it makes sense.
Because you're like, yeah, I like it. So if I like it, there's got to be other people that would like it too. I want them to like it. Let me show other people, So I get that whole idea of sort of helping people in that way, and putting things in front of them that you think, hey, maybe they'll like this. And it's such a fun feeling when you do that and they do end up enjoying it, that they end up, they show you that, oh my God, yeah, oh, I love this. And they're really appreciative of it, Yeah, that's a good feeling. So like you say, yeah, and it doesn't cost you anything. Sure. You get that joy of, the vicariousness of, seeing somebody else enjoy something that was done through you, So yeah. Carl says, all about the connections made.
100%.
Yeah. CJ, true Ruben, like music. Yes, exactly. Sharing music. Exactly. I mean, what is music to CJ if not art? Correct? Robert says, a joy shared is a joy doubled.
I like that.
Indeed. And I do want to show everybody, just so you know, let me show you the art again. So the Tokyo Ghost page is here. So this is from issue 3, page 4. But they also ended up using it here on the back of the first volume of the Tokyo Ghost trade paperback on the back cover. Just that the blow up zoomed in, I guess, if you would call it, image of all the characters in the first panel. So that's pretty fun as well. Really, really cool. There you go. Yeah. Very neat. Okay. This next one is really a lot of fun. I don't want to say anything. I think this type of thing, I'm all about the fun, and this type of thing is a lot of fun. Anyways, let me just show it, and you guys will.
I don't even know what it is. Show me the fun.
Because I keep saying thing, and it's like, what the hell's he talking about? Yeah, okay. Talk to us about this one, Steve, please.
Oh, yeah.
I love this.
So, Sideshow Bob had a little gathering at his house one year during New York Comic Con, and I was invited and was fortunate enough to attend and meet a bunch of people. and Kyle was there and explained to me how he got a commission. I'm probably going to butcher this story. Something to the effect of he got a commission from an artist to redo or recreate the cover of his wife's favorite book. And he thought it would be an interesting way to introduce his wife to kind of art collecting.
Okay.
So I thought Jared does these awesome commissions of like family portraits. I thought it would be interesting to get one of my wife and I and our 3 dogs on vacation. Sent him a picture of my wife and our 3 dogs when we were vacationing in Maine. He agreed to do it. I asked him to throw me in for good measure. He just kind of slapped me in there.
Yeah.
No photo reference really to draw from. And a joy to work with, turned it around real quick. And it ended up being a Valentine's Day gift.
Oh, very cool. What a romantic you are, Steve.
Yeah, right? My only commission.
Your only commission too. Yeah, that's cool. And for those of you guys watching, when you see the artist name Jared Cullum, again, we saw that earlier tonight. The artist of Kodi. So yeah, that's very, very, very cool. So I'm assuming though this happened after you had bought the Kodi pages?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent idea, says Peter. It's a keeper, says Rick. And Yevgeny, an artist, a great artist in his own right, says that's lovely. And CJ says, beautiful watercolor. It is. Like you saw those Kodi pages. I mean, so you already should know. And it's gorgeous stuff. There is one thing I wanted to ask you though, Steve. I was thinking as I was looking at the art. Is it possible that, so obviously on the right-hand side, it's a close-up, a zoom in. But obviously the full piece is on the left. Is it possible that your scan cropped out anything? The reason I'm asking is simply that I was like, why is Jared's signature not there? What would he not have signed it? I thought maybe you cropped it.
No, I typically don't crop anything. I try and get the full image.
Yeah. That's what I would have figured.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't sign it.
Yeah, kind of odd, right?
Yeah. Interesting observation.
Yeah,
I go back and look at the original now.
Yeah, because I started even looking at it like inch by inch, thinking, oh, did he like hide it somewhere for fun or something? And I started looking at it slowly that way, and I couldn't see anything. So I was like, okay, maybe he just didn't sign it, I guess, or yeah. Thought it was an interesting choice. Artists are that way. Sometimes they don't even think of it, and it could just be that they forgot to sign it.
Right.
And look at that. Eric's back. Says, sorry, I had to dip. Don't be sorry. I know you're always busy working, Eric. You don't have to explain to us. I always thought this was lovely. Well, yes, you should, because it is. For sure. Yeah, it's fantastic stuff, man. Yeah, really nice. Oh, and by the way, Steve, would I be guessing correctly in saying that this is more than likely a standard 11 by 17 piece?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, that's fantastic. By the way, also, let me see. Hold on, let me put it back up there for a sec. Yeah, was this correct to 2023? Because I think I put 2023 because that's when you posted it. So I assumed it was done that year, It
may have been done in 2022.
Okay, but close enough, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not, it was years earlier or whatever.
No.
Okay. So yeah, so it's only a couple of years old. So yeah, very cool. And so do you have that framed and hanging?
That's in I'm only my wife allowed me to hang artwork in the home office.
Okay.
And then she proceeded to basically take over the home office
Yeah.
for Zoom calls and things.
Yeah.
So I had to fight like hell to get some of the artwork up. on the walls. But there was no problem with Jared's piece.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, geez, if your wife's gonna have a problem with a piece that she's on, there's a real problem there,
Right.
Yeah, so that's cool. Carl is letting us know that Jared Cullum has a Usagi Yojimbo book coming out this year. That's interesting. Wow, that's interesting. Doing personal projects, kids' books, and all of a sudden, he's gonna do a comic book property that's been well known for 40 years. That's pretty cool. Wow. And, Usagi Yojimbo, given what I've seen of Kodi, it's like a perfect style for like an Usagi Yojimbo artist, something up his alley, I would think. So, yeah, that should be interesting. Very cool. Thanks for sharing that, Carl. All right, so let us go to the next piece, everybody. And Steve mentioned this one earlier, and I gotta say, I love this. Never heard of this until I was looking through Steve's collection taking a closer look at it. And it's so cool that he has told us he loves it so much. So now it's not really up my alley genre-wise, but it's nice looking enough that it's kind of intriguing me. So let's take a look and let him talk about it.
Oh, yes. It's a Rocket Girl.
Yeah.
Interesting story. The ending, I think it held up.
Okay.
Always wanted this cover. Bugged Amy Reeder about this cover for a long time. Amy, I want to say, still lives in Brooklyn. She would have these art classes that I would attend, like kind of these one day, like.
Yeah, she's the instructor in the class?
Yes.
Okay.
So she's self-taught. She was a school teacher. She quit teaching to turn to art. Like I said, I think she won a contest to do those and became the penciler on the Madame Xanadu book. Got this Rocket Girl gig, partnering with the writer, and this was kind of one of those books that I started. I went back to comics because of Capullo and Snyder and Batman, and at the same time that that happened, this book was on the shelves. So loved her art, loved her pacing, loved her sequential storytelling, loved her facial expressions on her characters, and always wanted this representation for my collection. Bugged her for years, and finally one day, what ended up happening is she did a Wonder Woman like one shot, and she kind of promised me a page from that book, and then she kind of forgot that she promised me a page from that book.
Oh, really?
And accidentally sold it. And I think out of guilt, she offered me this cover, which I had been bugging her about forever.
Wow. Well, that mistake, while not fun, it turned out, I think it was worth it, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, again, in the vein of strong female characters and artists that ink and pencil and ink themselves. And it's interesting because this is like total opposite of like a Sean Murphy or a Zaffino, where they're just throwing ink on the page.
Yeah.
And make this is so meticulous and clean.
This is just clean. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. You miss
very
a lot
precise.
You miss a bit in the coloring where you get those, those different tones and shadows where they're not dropped on the original.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's okay. It's minor enough that it doesn't really ruin it or anything,
Right.
Yeah, and I've always been a big fan of artists who take the time and they care enough to do backgrounds. Plenty of artists do not, they avoid backgrounds as much as possible. And boy, oh boy, what a fantastic looking background on this piece. Wow. It's
a lot of bricks.
Yeah. But my God, everything about it. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, nice composition, everything. The expression on her face, the way she's leaned back, the way the wrist turns in to hold on to the metal bar. Yeah, everything. It's beautiful.
There's like a weight to the subject. You know, you can see her putting her weight against that wall, and the way her body is you know, is leaning, and the weight of the character's there. It's not a stiff and static image.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you got guys saying background is perfect. Too bad the logo covers some. Too bad the logo covered so much at the top. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, whatever. What are you gonna do? Very interesting, sort of mid '80s airbrushed, almost movie poster logo for the Rocket Girl at the top.
I want to say she's from the future, and she's come back. She's like kind of a time cop that comes back into the past to thwart, you know, kind of almost like a Terminator type situation where a computer is going to go sentient. And I think it's set in like the 80s.
Okay. Oh, it is set in the 80s. Okay. Interesting. There you go. So that's why. That explains the look of that logo and the text. Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool. All right. Well, from Rocket Girl and Amy Reeder, we are going to go to a man who we mentioned earlier who was writing something that we showed. And this time, he's the artist. Check it out.
This is my one and done.
There you go.
I always wanted something from Mike's body of work. I always thought it would be like, you know, I didn't think it would be Hellboy.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I thought it'd be something that he did. You know, he had that Doctor Strange, Doctor Doom book.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, love that. Yeah.
It didn't need to be Hellboy, but this page came up on eBay, and Kent Mansley, of all people, texted me and said, "Hey," pointed me in this direction, and I made an offer and was lucky enough to win it, and it kind of scratched that itch.
Oh wow!
I loved the Hellboy in Hell book.
Okay.
This is kind of a moment, a key moment for me, anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not that many panels, but to me it's that one and done.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, anytime you get one that makes you feel like, yep, I'm one and done, that's amazing, right? That's a great feeling, because that means you're really, really happy with it, you know? Yeah.
And it's interesting to see, you know, the ink wash that he uses. A lot of people might be turned off by the fact that it's not like a solid black.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk about that. I love to see all the nuance in the inks, you know. And Mike, if you've seen any amount of his work, most of it looks like this, like where it's like a lot of the nuance in the brush work. It's just tons of it, you know. I would say if I had any complaint about Mike's work, is that often it looks very faded. So I love the nuance in all the solid black inks, but often it looks very light black as opposed to jet black, you know? And that bugs me, because I'd like to see black, you know? Yeah. But no, the nuance I don't mind. But yeah, I know that there's people that have told me, "Oh, I hate that. I don't like to see it. It's too much or whatever." You know, I'd rather it be more like solid black looking. It's like, nah, I don't know, man. To me, it's the way he does it. It's like it's so organic. It's what shows how organic and alive it really is. You know,
right?
The ink is alive. I mean, yeah, that's fantastic to me. So, Eric says that the top panels are just wonderful storytelling. Yeah, I love how the match. It's just the match alone in the pure darkness in the first panel, and then suddenly you see him in the second panel. Very cool. And And Stanley and Peter both saying that you have great taste. So I'll butter you up a bit there. And and Yevgeny says it gives it a different texture than the published page, and that's even cooler. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is it's so organic, and that's where you have the texture. Whereas if it is very solid black looking, yes, it's stark and it stands out, but it's flat, right? At that point, if it's very smoothed out, it's just flat looking, and it doesn't look as organic anymore. You know, so yeah, less texture that way. So yeah, no, I very much like the way he does it. You know, and Rick says that's what separates original art from a stat. Indeed, Rick. Yes, sir. So excellent. Okay. All right. Let us go directly back into the next one, folks. And just FYI, everyone, those of you who may need to, I don't know how many people are still already back to work tomorrow. Maybe some of you, I don't know. But just in case, or if you want to, on the East Coast, want to get to bed, we only have less than a handful left, probably 3 or 4 pieces left. So won't be much longer. And let me queue up the next one. Let's see where we are. Yes. Yes, you, for those few of you who pay any attention at all to the backgrounds of my episode thumbnails, the thumbnail graphics I make, well, you would have seen this already, or at least part of it. Here's the whole thing in black, glorious black and white, and I'll show you the color after. Check it out.
This is kind of what this was the springboard to the whole original art.
The whole thing, right? The whole kit and caboodle started here, basically.
100%. I was hemming and hawing, sitting at Jason's table. What do I want? What do I want to buy? And then he showed me this, and it was love at first sight. And then not only did I need page 2 and 3, but I needed page 4, and I needed to cover the issue 4, and you know, the whole ball started right here with this one page.
Yeah.
This is the kind of art that you can never grow tired of looking at. At least I have not grown tired of looking at this. It's been hanging in the office for years now. I will say, if I had to do it all over again, because there's other pieces that are hanging in the office, I almost prefer now in hindsight to keep them in a portfolio, because you almost get dulled by the fact that the art's there every day.
Right.
To look at. This particular piece has not lost its mojo for me, even though it's hanging on the wall.
Yeah. I gotta say, just because it's very interesting commentary you just made. So I've got about 3 dozen pieces of art on my walls, and I even though they're always there and they've been there for years, I don't get tired. I love it, and I'm constantly aware. Like when I walk into any room, I'm aware of them, and I tend to stand there and stare and look at them. You know, they don't disappear to me, you know, just because they've been there forever, like part of the furniture, so to speak. You know?
Then you pick good art.
Well, I don't know if that's really what it is, or I don't know, maybe it's just a conscious decision, in the sense that, you know, I always knew, like, once I put art on the wall, I thought, I always had this sense, this feeling that if I would have art on the wall, I think I would enjoy it even more, because I'd have to look at it every single day. And so who knows, maybe subconsciously I kind of just forced myself to, let me, you know, I'm walking through the room, look at all this art. Hey, let's look at it again, you know? I don't know, but I'm sure it's different for different people. You know, I can also see what you're saying as well. Like, trust me, you know, like the whole idea of it becoming a part of the furniture, and you might sort of lose sight of the fact that it's there because it's been there so long, you know?
Right. I don't have kids, but I would equate it to this. It's like your daughter's home every day, and then she goes off to school, and she comes back, and there's a different kind of thrill of having her back in the house. And it's like that with having the art in the portfolio, where it's not in front of you every day. And now it's a different kind of thrill, where you flip that portfolio open and you see it again.
Yeah, totally. And that's awesome, dude. Let me give you some good credit there as a guy, without kids. Like, that's what an amazing analogy. That's a great analogy for a guy, especially for a guy who doesn't have kids. That's a fantastic analogy, man. Yeah, that's a good one. I totally get that. So that's very cool. Yevgeny says, by the way, I got both TPB volumes of Tokyo Ghost for Christmas from my wife. Love Sean's work.
Now, all of the Tokyo Ghost art has come off the walls because they're coming out with a 10th anniversary artist edition.
Oh, you have to. You're going to rescan them for them to republish.
Yes. So they've been scanned. They've been sent. The Kickstarter ended. The books are, I think, being published now and going to be out to all the backers maybe in a month or so. So I haven't put them back up on the wall.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So if you bought it for your wife for Christmas, you might want to look into the deluxe artist edition.
Yeah. Well, his wife got it for him for Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell your wife to look into the deluxe artist edition. Valentine's Day is coming.
Yeah, there you go. So funny, man. All right, so fellas, 3 more pieces, and I want you to know. Well, CJ wants you to know, first of all, that the SGM works that you have are top notch.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed. Framed art, not dull. If you frame in, okay, he's just fucking around now. Inside joke there. Yevgeny, thumbs up. So yeah, just an FYI, everybody. I want you all to know in advance. This next piece coming up, it's the third to last piece. You guys know, I've told you many times, I use different reasons to when I choose what's the last piece going to be. This is not the last piece. And you guys know, sometimes the last piece is the piece that I love the best. Sometimes it's the one that I feel the collector whose show and tell it is probably feels the strongest about. And sometimes I think I'll save the one that I save for last is the one that I think that the majority of viewers are going to enjoy the most, or think is the coolest, or whatever. So this time, my favorite is this one coming up right now. That's my favorite of tonight is what I'm saying. My favorite of tonight. That could change, of course. Art is very fluid that way. But ever since you posted this, Steve, I was blown away when you first posted it. I'm still blown away now. I love it so much. It's definitely my favorite of tonight. I'm feeling nostalgic just having to be able to show it, because I remember how excited I was to see it when you first posted this one. But anyways,
what could it be?
This is my favorite, and the one I saved for last is the one that I don't know, but I was based on some things that I do know about Steve. I guess it could be his favorite, but if it's not, whatever. I'm sure he'll appreciate as one of his favorites. All right, so there you go. But let's take a look at this next one first, and yeah, tell us about this one, man.
Oh, I am so lucky to have this page.
You are so much, man. Oh my God.
Fornes at the time had this very Dave Mazzucchelli vibe going.
Yeah.
He did the annual with Tom King.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm a huge fan of Tom King's work.
Me neither.
But I thought he knocked it out of the park with this annual, where every page or 2 pages was kind of a moment in Batman's, time as the Caped Crusader. This is kind of a generic, Batman as a detective. He's walked into a crime scene and he's doing what Batman does. He's being, Sherlock Holmes and assessing the situation. And it's one of those the perspective blows my mind. Those
Yeah.
windows blow my mind. You know, again, one artist, one inker. Love what he did. He executed it perfectly. That Batman screams Batman Year One to me.
Yeah.
And it's one, again, you know, if you're looking at this hanging on the wall, which it's not, you're left to wonder what happens next. It's just a perfect moment, a perfect page. He executed it and nailed it out of the park.
Absolutely. Wow.
Now, this was a pain in the butt to get because
Oh yeah.
I was very friendly with Fornes when I was on Twitter, and we would DM a lot. And I
Yeah.
reached out to him and basically said, like, kind of like, if this page is available, if you ever think about, you know, selling it, I would be more than thrilled to be the custodian of this page, and I will cherish it forever. And he was like, yeah, okay, I'll sell it to you. Reach out to my dealer. And that was the easy part. But then getting the dealer to like give me the price.
Oh
and
my
let me
God.
know when I can pay for it or pick it up or have it mailed was like pulling teeth. And that took even longer than
Wow.
just, you know, that took months.
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 Well, who does he still have? Is he still with the rep? Is he with the?
Yes, Black Diamond, I want to say.
Oh my God, another group I've never heard of. Black Diamond?
Yes.
Okay.
So they were busy with cons and conventions and would, you know, drips and drabs, communication back and forth over a long time. They gave me a price, then they changed the price. You know, they increased the price. I didn't care. I'm like, yes, whatever. I'll send you the money. Crossing my fingers that it would, you know, come to fruition. And when I saw it, it's glorious.
Oh man. Yeah. Maki Pupu is saying Catalan, which is something in Spain. Are these Spanish? Are these Spanish reps?
Correct.
Okay.
He's from Spain. His reps are from Spain.
Okay. There you go. That makes sense. Well, that's sorry to hear that, but
it wasn't horrible. I was just holding my breath, waiting for something to fall through. Where, you know, though Fornes said, "Yeah, it's yours," and now all of a sudden,
no, but that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry it went the way it did because all that time you're saying in months. So in all that, I know how it is. In all that time, you're nervous that like you might lose it. Like something's gonna go wrong, and I'm not gonna end up with this damn thing. Just because of, you know, how it's all going. And so it's just like, thank God it worked out for the best and you still got it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, all the pages from that annual are pretty spectacular, but I think this one's like the cream of the crop.
Oh yeah. I looked at I haven't read it, but I've seen the issue and I agree. Absolutely. This is the most superior piece. Yeah, for sure. Why should I know all the reps? Stanley. But yeah, outstanding, Steve. Kudos. My non-existent hat is I tip my invisible hat off. I doff my cap to you. Yeah, that was wonderful. I noticed I was probably by the time I noticed you posted it, there had already been like 13 or 14 or 12 or 13 comments or whatever. I was like, oh my God, I gotta say something. I remember being speechless. I remember like I wanted to say something really profound, but I was like, I just want to leave my comment. And yeah. I was like the 13th or 14th guy who left the comment. And since then, there's probably been another 30 other people that left comments after me. So yeah. It's I'm not surprised that was gonna get really highly commented.
That's the one that I'll get, you know, still get the random email if you ever think about selling it.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, amazing. Maki also says they are neither the easiest nor the friendliest to deal with. You got some experience with them, I see, Michael. Gotcha. Ruben's invisible hat is Ohio State. All right. Now, Marcus, come on now. All right. Well, yeah, from that beauty, let us move over to another beauty, which It's the second to last piece, and I thank you, Steve, because this was one that Steve does not have in his gallery, and so yeah, very happy to be able to show something that was that nobody's seen before. A little bit of a secretive piece in Steve's collection. So let's check this out, and it's wonderful too. Here we go.
So Dark Victory once again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, and so gorgeous. Oh my God, I love this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This one is an interesting story beyond just how glorious the artwork is, in that it was posted on CAF and sold almost instantly. And the person on CAF that was selling it had a second piece that didn't sell. I think it was also from Dark Victory. And I'm sitting months later, kind of thinking about this page and how it's like kind of the one that got away, as I'm waiting for my tires to get changed at the mechanic. And I'm messaging with somebody on CAF about this page, and it's still on hold on CAF. Okay. So I reach out to the owner, and I'm like, "Is it sold? You know, it's been months now. You still have it on hold." Long story short, it's not sold. And the owner is still looking to sell it. The owner is an older gentleman in France who agrees to sell it to me, because he knows that I'm going to be in Paris and he doesn't want to ship it.
One of those guys. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it probably took about 2 months just to get to that point. Like the conversation started in June or July, and I was scheduled to be in Paris in September. The payment took forever to get to him, because as much as I kept on wiring the money, it kept on getting rejected. My buddy in France, who's the guy that turned me on to the Kodi Jared artwork, was gracious enough to let me wire him the money, and then he wired the money from his account to the art owner's account, and then was doubly gracious enough to, because it turns out that this collector lived in the small village that my buddy's parents lived in. He was gracious enough to go pick up the art for me, and then met me in Paris to hand deliver it to me.
Oh my gosh.
So wow. The story started in June, and the money was wired like in the nick of time, because he wasn't going to release the art unless he had the payment in hand. And the wire finally hit his account like on a Friday, and the art was picked up on like a Saturday or Sunday.
Wow. That's a wild story, man. I mean,
yeah,
the things that collectors sometimes have to go through from time to time, you know.
But if not for my buddy in France, I mean, it wouldn't have happened. From wiring the money to his account, because my bank just kept on failing the wire, to literally going and picking up the art and then delivering it to me in Paris. He's the MVP. And then in terms of the art itself, it's like a great moment, a great page. One of those, narratively, in terms of storytelling, it's just kind of an encapsulated moment that speaks for itself, and again, makes you wonder what's on the next page.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing, man. And it's funny enough, stories about guys who want to sell art, but they refuse to pack and ship it.
Yeah.
Are okay, they're not common, I suppose, but they're also not like super, at least for me, they've not been super rare. I've heard of multiple instances of that happening. And interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure it's always been somebody in Europe. So I don't know what it is about Europeans, but yeah, there's some guys who just Can you imagine that? Like, I want to sell something from my collection, but I refuse to ship it. It's like you're limiting yourself to like who, so it's got to be somebody who lives in your town. Like, what are the odds? Like, another collector is in your town,
Yeah,
that wants to buy your art. Like, it's crazy,
In the end, the only reason he agreed to sell it to me is because I was willing to effectively pick it up.
Right. Yeah,
and from what I'm told, my buddy who went and picked it up and spent a few hours in this guy's house, this guy's got like a ridiculous collection, like jaw-dropping.
right.
But you wouldn't know it if you were to just drive through this little village in France.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but I kind of understand that. Like I remember I used to sell this guy in Spain. I sold him multiple multi-thousand-dollar pieces of art. And then one day, I never do this. But because, my parents are from Spain, but I was born here. So I'm not that, not really very familiar with the geography. And I wasn't familiar with this guy's address, I was like, oh, like what part of the country is that? And I looked it up on Google or whatever. And I was like, holy shit, he lives kind of out in the middle of nowhere in a little village, like with, his house is the only one apparently for miles, it looks like, and so like you just said, like you would imagine you were there passing through, you would never think that, oh, maybe some guy's got comic art in his house here, let alone multi-thousand-dollar pieces, tons of it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
You just never know, right? Who collects, who doesn't, whatever. Yeah, man. Yeah, but that's part of what makes collecting so much fun, and finding out about other people who are in the hobby with us,
And there aren't that many collectors in Spain, are there?
I mean, there's like a group, what I call the group of Spanish collectors. I wouldn't say it's a ton, but there's a smallish group out there, And then you would think there should be, because over the years, I mean, there's quite a lot of Spanish artists that have come into the hobby in the last 20 years, let's call it, 20, 25 years, So yeah, you would think there would be building fans, certainly comic book reading fans, right? But obviously the amount of people that turn from comic book readers to art collectors is a tiny, minuscule little percentage, obviously, right? Yeah. I like, Stanley says, I like that unique philosophy. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. As any fool can plainly see. I can plainly see that group. Nice. Nice, Rick. Okay. Everyone, we now go from this wonderful, wonderful film sale dark victory page. Just beautiful, beautiful images all over the... anyways, it kills me. What a great, great page. And again, Steve, thank you so much for giving me something that nobody had seen before. I love that, man. Appreciate it very much. So we're going to go from that to the final piece of tonight's show and tell. And no build up from me on this one, I guess, guys. I do love it. I think it's beautiful. We've seen the artist before. Nothing else to say, except I guess we'll see what Steve has to say. I'm hoping it's one of his favorites, which would make me saving it for last make a lot of sense. But yeah, let's let him tell us what he has to say about this.
I will say this is my wife's favorite.
It's your wife's favorite. Interesting. Okay.
So this one again was hanging in the office until I had to pull it down and scan it for the Kickstarter project.
Okay.
I was recently asked about a trade for my Tokyo Ghost splash and double page splash, and I was pondering this trade very seriously, and I ran it by my wife, who immediately asked, "They're not asking for the cover, are they?" Which kind of made me happy on the inside, because it almost made me feel like she was possessive about it. But she loves this cover. This was the third piece that was part of the first purchase I ever made. And is it my favorite? They're all my favorites. They're all my favorites, right? But this one spoke to me. I love the dry brush work. I love the a lot of artists tend to shy away from backs and back muscles, which is probably why all these characters wear capes. I love the anatomy. I love, again, strong female form, strong female character, and from a book I love. And it's the only, I don't have many covers and splashes. There's the Amy Reeder cover, and there's this one. Probably the only other cover that I'll ever own, because I'm not a cover guy. But this one I had to have.
Yeah, listen, just so you know, the reason I thought, hey, maybe this would be a good one to keep for last, it's because I was aware that you were into, the art of sequential storytelling, obviously. But because of that, you therefore don't own a lot of cover splashy type stuff. And I did know that pretty much, Tokyo Ghost, it's one of, if not your favorite, series. Sean Murphy being one of your favorite artists. So I was like, yeah, okay. If it's not his favorite, I'm sure it's up there. I'm sure you'll appreciate it regardless,
100%.
Yeah.
And the same way Scott Williams loved my Zaffino, when I picked this cover up from Jason at Essential Sequential, he basically asked me if I was dead serious on it because Scott Williams wanted it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
So it's almost like I got the seal of approval from a master inker who was interested in buying a piece of modern art, and I didn't know he collected art at the time.
Oh yeah,
but this doesn't, I think, fall in his wheelhouse of things that he collects. But I guess he was impressed enough with it that he was interested in it too.
Yeah, Peter is asking. Because you said your wife loves it. He says, great that she loves it. What about it does she love?
I think she loves the fact that it's a strong female form. And it's not sexualized. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, which often female character covers on comics are,
Right.
Yeah. But it's sexy without... It's sexy unintentionally, if you will.
Right.
It's just like you say, strong. And that's what makes it sexy. A strong, confident female. The confidence brings the sexiness for me, Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. And nice images of backs, when they're well drawn. I love them as well. Yeah. The female back, even the male back, but especially the female back. So, CJ says great collection, Steve. Thank you. I guess he's got to go. Thanks to Ruben and the chat also. Thank you, CJ. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful week and Happy New Year, my friend. Happy New Year. Rick says this will age like fine wine. Nice. And look at that. Eric's back to say, Steve, your collection is top notch. As if you haven't already told him that privately, right?
Well, he's taking a break from work to say it, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yevgeny says, great collection. Going to bed now. Have a good night, everybody. Good night, Yevgeny. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Marcus says, it's sexualized to the beholder. Well, I don't know. Perhaps to some beholders. Tasteful, indeed, Peter. Yes. Any artist does Steve want but doesn't have yet?
Moebius,
yeah. Wow, what would you want from Moebius?
Oh, gosh.
Are you one of those that are like, oh, I'll take practically anything? Or do you have you've got.
I was recently forced to think about this, and I think the same thing I love about Sean's work, I love about Moebius's work, and it's the world building.
Okay.
So something that shows, sweeping vistas and the technology, and it doesn't have to be a strong character moment. It doesn't have to be a key moment, but if it's, something that showcases his world building, that would be cool. Blueberry is, top notch. If you're in Europe, then yeah, Blueberry trumps everything.
Yeah. I assume though, Marcus followed that comment up with, I guess no Blueberry.
If you like wagon wheels and deserts and cacti, then yeah.
He's saying that you only want technology.
Yeah, something that showcases that cyberpunk kind of.
Yeah, I know you love that stuff, so that makes sense. If you can get, you might as well get what you want. If you're gonna get it, get the stuff you really, really want, if possible. Yeah.
My collection focus has turned into, aside from the Sean Murphy, because I've got quite a few. It's kind of 2 examples, and then I'm done.
Okay.
So if I could get 2 Moebius, great, but I'll settle for 1 if I can get just 1.
Yeah. Well, that makes more sense though, right? Because certain artists are tougher to get for whatever reason, whether it's a combination of rarity and price, cost is prohibitive or whatever, whatever the case may be. Yeah. You that's why I was wondering actually whether he was one of those where like you'll take almost anything just because it's kind of hard to come by and it's expensive, but I'm glad that, and I'm not surprised, frankly, that you said no, that you've got a preference, as to what you would want, because that's what you've been throughout your collecting career. Like, look at your collection. It is very focused, It's not just, oh, I haven't seen this in a long time. I've been wanting one. I'll take it.
Right.
You're willing. That's what I figured. You'd be willing to sort of pass on things by artists you're looking for if it's not the content that you want it to be as well. Like, you are very picky and focused. And
I feel like it's going to bite me in the ass, though. There were Dark Knight return pages that were selling on Heritage for 50, 60,000 when I was first looking. And I thought, oh, not for me, not the one I want. Oh, wait. And now, again, another ship that's sailed over the horizon.
But let me ask you, though, how realistic was it when you were thinking that, when you were seeing those pages, how realistic was it that were you thinking about it or legitimately considering getting one?
See, at the time, I had checks coming in from the wine sale auctions, so it was possible.
Okay.
But I thought, down the line.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money, but prices aren't going to go that much higher. I'll just wait.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. But again, that's the kind of collector you are, though. And Peter says he admires focused collectors. I don't know why do you keep bringing this up, Mark? What is with you, dude? You can still get Maz Daredevil from Ruben. Why do you keep mentioning? I don't understand you. Whatever. Okay. Whatever. But
is it because do you have a connection? You had pages?
No. I had 3 pages. I sold one, and I still have the other 2 pages.
Okay.
Whatever.
So I know next to nothing about your collection.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to look at my.
Maz Daredevil Born Again. Oh,
yeah. It's not Born Again. It's not the Born Again stuff. That's the inking his own stuff. Mine are. Sorry, yes, Marcus. I sold 2, and I have 1 out of the 3 left. Whatever. Yeah, thank you.
He knows you better than you know yourself.
I'm not sure why he's so obsessed with my Mazzucchelli Daredevil pages. Why he keeps telling me exactly what I have or don't have available. Whatever, dude. You're scaring me, man.
I actually got to hang out with Maz at a museum exhibit last year with my high school buddy, who's very good friends with him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, that's cool.
My deepest darkest my deepest wish is that he thinks that I'm so cool that he gifts me a page one day.
Shit, it's hard enough to get him just to let go of pages for tens of thousands of dollars that he could get for each one. You know what I mean? That's hard enough to get him to let go and cash in on it, you know? Yeah, that's pretty wild. You know, it's interesting. I will say the fact that many years, I think it goes back to 2007. Marcus, I'm sure will correct me if I'm wrong. When he first let go of a complete issue of Born Again, you know, broke it up, offered the pages, sold them all. And at the time I thought, like, I think everybody must have been thinking the same thing. Like, oh, it wasn't my favorite issue. I certainly wouldn't have wanted one from that issue. But I guess we must have all been thinking like, whoo, yes, Mazzucchelli, finally, he's going to start letting go of his good stuff, you know? And so he let go of that book. So we were all just, okay, let's wait for the next issue. Let's see what the next issue is going to be. And it never came. It never came. He just let that one go. And it's been, I want to say, like 18 years ago or something. And never again did he do it. So it's weird. Like, I wonder if that was one of those moments where he needed money or wanted money for something. He needed to raise a lot, or, you know, okay, I have no choice. I got to sell, you know, something. So I'll break up a book of you know, Born Again. Because why else would you never, ever have, you know, sold it ever since then? You know, nothing else, nothing.
I'm sure someone knows the answer. My high school friend has, I want to say, weekly Zoom calls with David, and maybe I'll ask him to ask him.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
but I'm sure it's already known. Somebody like Felix probably has like the whole backstory on why and when.
Yeah, and yes, Marcus, it was through Spencer. Yeah, it went through Spencer.
There's still some Maz pages on Spencer's site, I think. I don't know if they're actually in inventory.
I think they came many years later. I seem to remember Spencer saying that, oh, look, I got some more Mazzucchelli pages or whatever. But they were from the non-Born Again or whatever. Yeah, the Bulanati ink ones, I believe, or whatever. Yeah.
Even those are getting crazy priced in terms of auction results.
Yeah, I mean, not like Born Again crazy, that's for sure. Like, those are tens of thousands now, right? So, but sure, I mean, why not? I think they're still very, very lovely. Great story. He was an amazing storyteller. So just for the storytelling alone, it's quite beautiful stuff. So I still think those are undervalued, given how much his, you know, the Born Again stuff goes for, you know, and given how I think in a lot of people's minds, Mazzucchelli he's become kind of like this. There's Miller, Daredevil, and then there's Mazzucchelli, you know?
Yeah.
And so given that, I feel like, and you know those Millers, 100,000 plus each one now these days, you know? It's insane.
Well, even the Maz Daredevil, the last two that went to Heritage sold for like 60. And the second example wasn't
from the Born Again, you mean?
From the Born Again, yeah.
The Born Agains, yeah.
And then one showed up on CAF, and it was like one of the bench park scene pages, and it was for like 35, and it was like snatched up in like no time. Yeah.
I mean, but that doesn't surprise me at all, because again, it's Born Again. It's what, you know, it's the famous, it's Frank Miller also. It's that connection to the, you know, you got everybody thinking of the best Daredevil stuff is the Frank Miller run, right, from way back. Then when you think about the Mazzucchelli run, you're like, oh yeah, the Born Again. And then you think, oh wait, yeah, it's also got that connection to Miller, because Miller wrote the damn thing, you know? So it's just, yeah, they will always be inextricably linked, I feel. And so it's understandable that the Born Again stuff for those reasons will always be, you know, many tens of thousands, you know, unsurprisingly. But I still feel like the other stuff is undervalued. And in particular, like all of it, I think, because those stories were also a lot of fun. The Denny O'Neil stories, nobody thinks of it as the Denny O'Neil Mazzucchelli run. Nobody thinks of it that way. But I remember them very fondly, being very, very good stories. And even though, yes, it's Bulanati inking most of them, again, the storytelling alone is fantastic. And I think Bulanati did a decent job on David's work. But the issues at a certain point, Bulanati leaves and Mazzucchelli starts inking himself. Even, I want to say, about roughly a year before Born Again happens, he already started to ink himself, you know? And so it starts to get even nicer at that point. And those pages, I feel, just because it's pure Mazzucchelli and they're really nice.
Yep.
I just feel like, yeah, I mean, yes, okay, I've seen some sell for a few $1,000, but you know, 3, 5, whatever, something like that. Like, it's not they're cheap, but it's not 60,000. You know what I mean? Like,
yep. So
relatively speaking, I just think there's a lot of room for upward movement there. I think that's very, very affordable stuff, you know.
I know Spencer doesn't really update his site very well, so I'm sure whatever's on the site is
yeah, that's the thing. You got to get in touch with him on the phone. It's the only way you'll get answers to anything, you know. Miller Born Again greater than Jason Born Again. Nice. All right, fellas. As we are winding down to our end of the 4th hour of this awesome and final show and tell of 2025. I want to thank you again, Steve. Really, really appreciate you doing this. It was great to see you pop in a few weeks back. And like I said, you know, Eric had mentioned to me back in the summer, he's like, oh, I have a few friends who, I've been telling them about your show and stuff, whatever. I think they might be interested in doing show and tell or whatever with you, whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let them tell them to reach out to me or whatever if they're interested, whatever. And then I've been kind of like down in the dumps this past 2025. Really, it got very, very difficult. It's gotten a lot more difficult to get people to do show and tells. I have to spend a lot of time sending out invites just to get one person to say yes or whatever. But it makes sense. So initially I couldn't understand it, but then I realized, oh, right. Because I basically tapped out the majority of the people who are sociable on YouTube and who like to watch the YouTube shows, right? So if you think about it, like, who would want to be on these kind of shows? Well, I would think the people who like to watch these shows would be the likely subjects, right? So that makes sense. And I realized, oh yeah, it's true. Like everybody that shows up live to most of my shows, I've pretty much asked all of them. I've invited everybody, and a lot of these guys have done it, right? They've all done, most of them have done one. And then, so I was like, okay, so I've kind of tapped that out. What do I do now? And I started going on CAF and just hitting people up on CAF randomly, And that's when I realized I was getting I was unsuccessful, for the most part. And then I started wondering, at first I was upset. And then I realized, oh yeah, I see why. Because the people I'm hitting up now, they're not watchers of my channel. They're not watchers of Comic Art Live. These are people that I know are not really social online, right? So yeah, why would they want to do something like this? Be on camera if they don't even want to watch from the silence of the live chat, right? Quietly. Why would you want to be a subject, right? With the focus on you. So it started making more sense. And that's why I was just like, okay, I started getting sort of depressed about it. And I kind of gave up. I've made a few efforts, but not much this whole past year, because it's too much. It's become too much work for too little yeses, you know?
Yeah. The squeeze isn't worth the juice.
Worth the juice, exactly. That perfectly said. Exactly, you know, and that's why I sort of resulted in, you know, having so many more hangouts. Let's just hang out and shoot the shit, which I love, but I also feel bad because I know people love to watch show and tells. Show and tell was always like the most popular show, you know. And now it's kind of like I've gone from, you know, 20 to 25 show and tells per year to this year, you're number 11.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I'm sure going forward for 2026, I'm sure it's going to be even fewer than 11, the way that it's going, right? So, yeah. So there you go. So that's why I really appreciate it, and I am sorry that it took me this long to finally kind of reach out. And I'm glad. That's why I'm glad you popped in when you did a few weeks back, because it was just a reminder, you know. And Eric and I had been talking, and I told him, you know, in the summer, he told me, hey, here are the 3 guys you should look into, you know. And I was like, okay, I'll get around to it. Again, being kind of depressed about it, I was like, oh, I'll get to it, whatever, you know. But and then finally in this past month or whatever, I was like, finally, okay, like, yeah, let me reach out to those guys that Eric knows or whatever. Yeah, so I'm glad it worked out, and yeah, man.
Now you got 2 more to look forward to.
Yeah, well, one guy hasn't, and Eric knows. He's been out of touch. He never replied to me, and he told me that he hasn't really been replying to anybody for about 6 months or whatever. So who knows what's up? Hopefully he's safe and nothing's wrong. I hope so, because it's always worrisome when I hear about collectors completely losing touch like that. Anything can happen, obviously. So hopefully he's okay. And the other one just had a baby. So he's super enthusiastic and wants to do it, but literally just had a baby. So I can't see myself giving up 4 hours on a Sunday night right now. But I said, you know, you reach out to me when you know, after it's been a few months and things calm down a bit. I remember how it was for me those first few months of you know, with a child. So I totally get it. Yeah. Reach out when you're ready. And yeah, so look at Eric. He'll get back to you. He's reassuring me. I believe you, and I believe him. Don't worry, Eric. I believe him. Yeah. We had a great conversation. He seems like a really fun guy. So I'm looking forward to it because he seems so enthusiastic. So yeah, looking forward to it. Let me see what else is there. Last few messages. Ruben only gets the anti-socialists. Peter says, fun show and tell. Thank you, Steve, for showing your collection and sharing your origin and art stories. Nice show and tell, Ruben. Thank you. It's a lot of work. No, I know it is, but it's always worth it. When it comes together, it's a lot of fun. So always happy to do them. Again, I would love to do more, but people who are interested in maybe wanting to be a part of it, they're going to have to be the ones to kind of reach out to me or through a friend of theirs that may have already done one with me and sort of, you know, reach out that way. But yeah, because I'm not going to, I can't spend the time to keep asking people. Carl, thank you so much, man. Yeah, enjoy the rewind, and Happy New Year to you and to the family. Be safe out there if you go out and do anything. You saved him, Steve, says Marcus. No, he saved me. He gave me number 11. But it's a great way to end the year, that's for sure. Like, given how I love the irony in that I had such a tough time in 2025 getting people to do show and tells, and the last episode of the year ends up being a show and tell. So that's fantastic. Yeah. So in that sense, he did save me, Marcus. And everybody, be sure to remember, you're going to see Steve. You won't miss him for long because he's going to be back next week as one of the many collectors who will be doing, the what I like to call the all-star episode, where everybody will be back and representing one piece. So he'll be back next week, along with, so far, like I said, 16 others, I think. And hopefully we get a few more over the next couple of days. So please be back for that and stop the insanity in 2026. I can only hope that Matt Kennedy is makes himself more available to me for that, Okay, so anyways, guys, gotta go. Let me say bye-bye because I know that Steve's got to go too. And this goes to 11. Yes, sir. The show got turned up to 11. Sean doesn't pick his Simonson. Can I pick his Simonson? Yes. All right, guys. Thank you again, everybody. Appreciate you. All of you. Have a great and very, very safe New Year. If you go out, drive, and all that stuff, be careful on the roads out there. Appreciate you. And yeah, man, have a great one. And we will catch you again back here for the All-Star episode, first episode of the year, next week on January 4th, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Thank you so much. And as always, go blue. Thank you again, Steve.